The world outside has grown quiet now, folding itself gently into the stillness of night. The soft sighs of the evening breeze weave through the trees, and the distant hush of the sea hums a lullaby older than memory itself. In this soft, gentle space where the day loosens its grip and dreams begin to stir, I invite you to drift with me into a different time, a time shaped by the mist, by the salt air, by the endless whisper of the ocean pulling at the shore. Long ago, under skies heavy with stars and clouds stitched by the silver light of the moon, there lived a people whose hearts beat in rhythm with the wild, open world. Their lives were cradled by the sea and shaped by the land. Sharp cliffs, dark forests, wide, restless waters. They were the Vikings, though the stories often forget their softer truths. Tonight, we will not speak of battles or conquests. Tonight, we will travel through the quiet spaces of their lives, the hopes they carried, the fires they tended, the dreams they wove into the dark velvet of those endless Nordic nights. Imagine now a small village nestled by the sea, its houses low and humble, their roofs thick with turf to keep out the biting cold. Smoke curls lazily from the hearths within, carrying the scent of pine and peat into the night air. Around the fires, families gather close, their voices low and tender, their hands busy with small, loving tasks, mending a tunic, braiding a daughter's hair, carving a token for a faraway loved one. These moments, almost too small to be noticed by history, were the true soul of their world. In one such house, a young woman named Astrid leans over a cradle fashioned from smooth carved wood. Her fingertips trace the edge of the cradle as if memorizing it, the knots in the grain, the curve of the edges worn soft by time. A soft smile hovers on her lips, one that flickers between joy and sorrow, like a candle caught in a draught. Her child sleeps soundly, the faintest rise and fall of breath, hidden beneath a blanket woven by her mother's mother. Astrid's husband, Leif, is away at sea, following the old paths etched into the ocean long before either of them were born. Each day she waits, tending to the home, watching the horizon where sea meets sky, searching for the shape of a sail. There is a loneliness in her, but also a quiet strength, a rootedness that no storm can tear loose. She believes in his return, though the sea is a jealous keeper and promises nothing. Outside, the wind moves through the grass in soft, shushing waves, as if telling the world to rest. Somewhere nearby, a thin stream slips over stones, its murmuring joining the symphony of the night. In the sky above, the stars stretch out in a cold, brilliant dance, mapping the roads that Leif and his kin follow across the waters, roads without signposts, without walls, only memory and the patient teachings passed from father to son, from mother to daughter. Astrid lifts her eyes to the rafters where bunches of dried herbs sway slightly, casting their clean, sharp scents into the warm air. She hums a song under her breath, a song her mother sang to her on nights just like this, when the world felt too large and too unknown to face alone. The melody is simple, almost like speaking, but slower, softer, each word falling like a petal onto the floor. She hums for her child, and perhaps also for herself, for in the folds of the song lies all that she carries. Hope sharpened by absence, love stretched thin by longing, the stubborn belief that no distance can truly sever what is woven from heart and memory. The fire in the hearth crackles low, throwing a warm, golden glow against the walls. Shadows rise and fall, making the room seem to breathe along with the sleeping child. Astrid's fingers rest on the cradle a moment longer before she rises slowly, careful not to wake the baby. She crosses to the doorway and pulls aside the thick woven curtain, stepping out into the night. The cold meets her skin with a familiar bite, but she does not shy away. She wraps a thick shawl tighter around her shoulders and walks a few steps away from the house, her boots muffled against the soft earth. Standing there, she tips her head back and looks up at the stars, her breath misting in the air. The constellations wheel overhead, unchanged by the passing of men. They are the same stars that shone down on her ancestors, the same stars Leif reads to find his way home. There is comfort in their steadiness, their silence. They are reminders that even when all seems adrift, there are anchors invisible to the eye, but known to the heart. Somewhere in the distance, the low call of a night bird echoes through the stillness. Astrid closes her eyes for a moment, listening, not with her ears, but with something deeper, something rooted beyond words. She listens for the heartbeat of the world, slow, enduring, patient, the world that waits as she waits, that hopes as she hopes, in that quiet under the ancient sky. Astrid feels herself both small and infinite, a thread in a tapestry so vast she cannot see its edges, but she knows her place in it. She knows that love, even stretched across the oceans, even measured against the endless hunger of time, leaves a mark no darkness can erase. She presses a hand lightly against her chest, where the cold has begun to seep through the fabric of her tunic. But her heart beats warm and strong beneath it. She thinks of Leif, somewhere under these same stars, perhaps thinking of her too. She sends a silent prayer into the night. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a hope, carried on the same winds that fill the sails of the ships. Come home, come home. And the stars, in their patient wisdom, say nothing at all, but above her they burn a little brighter, as if nodding in understanding. Astrid lingers there, A while longer before turning back toward the house. The fire will need tending, and morning will come early, with all its small demands and duties. But for now, for just a little longer, she allows herself to be simply here, a woman under the stars, loving, waiting, hoping, and the night wraps itself around her like a warm, worn cloak. Inside the house, the fire sighs low, waiting for her return. Astrid steps softly over the threshold, drawing the curtain closed behind her. The warmth embraces her again, thick and familiar, filling her lungs with the scent of wood smoke and wool and earth. She kneels before the hearth and stirs the embers gently, coaxing a few flames to life. Tiny sparks leap up like small spirits, casting flickering light across the smooth, worn stones. The baby stirs once, making a soft sound, and Astrid turns her head to listen, her body instinctively still. But the child only shifts, settling deeper into sleep, the safe rhythm of the home wrapping around them, both like a lullaby. Astrid's hand rests briefly on her knee, and she closes her eyes, feeling the pulse of her own heartbeat in her fingertips, strong and slow. Her thoughts drift easily now, as they often do in these quiet hours, slipping past the walls of the house and out over the fields, the hills, the sea. She thinks of Leif again, imagines him standing at the prow of his ship, the salty wind pulling at his hair, the endless dark of the water spreading out before him. She imagines his eyes, steady and clear, scanning the horizon, his hands, strong and calloused, sure on the ropes, his voice, low and certain, guiding the crew through fog and storm alike. She pictures the ship as a living thing, its wooden ribs creaking with the swell of the waves, its sail billowing like the chest of some great bird. She wonders if the men sing as they row, as they often did before, their voices rising and falling like the tide, songs of home, of promise, of the thin silver thread of longing that tethers them to the land they left behind. Astrid lets these images flow through her, slow and easy, as if they are dreams she has slipped into, rather than memories she imagines. She smiles faintly to herself, feeling the way the longing and the love are intertwined, impossible to separate. It is not sadness, exactly, though there is a softness to it that catches in the chest, a tenderness too deep for words. Above the hearth, on a small wooden shelf, sits a carving, a tiny figure of a bird, wings outstretched, worn smooth from years of handling. Leif had carved it for her the spring before he left, the wood pale and smelling of fresh rain, even after it was shaped. She reaches for it now, cradling it in her hand, her thumb brushing along the curve of its wings. The bird had no name, but to Astrid, it had always been hope. She places it carefully back on the shelf, giving it a small, respectful nod as if to say, "Keep flying." The night stretches on, soft and heavy, and Astrid gathers her shawl tighter around her shoulders. She rises slowly and crosses the room to the small sleeping nook where her child lies. She leans over the cradle again, watching the slow, even breath of her baby. A miracle, she thinks, not the loud, blinding kind sung about by skalds and poets, but the quiet kind, the kind made of thousands of small moments strung together, fragile and fierce. She brushes a strand of fine hair from the child's forehead, her hand trembling slightly with the force of all the things she does not say aloud. How deeply she loves, how fiercely she hopes, how much she fears, even when she hides it from herself. Astrid settles herself down onto the thick furs nearby, pulling a second blanket over her legs. She knows she should sleep. There will be water to fetch, bread to bake, cloth to mend come morning. But sleep feels far away right now, just beyond reach. Instead, she lets her mind drift again, out into the dark, over the water, to where Leif sails beneath the same silent stars. And there, in the soft cradle of dreams not yet dreamt, the story stretches wider, weaving its way through the quiet corners of this old, breathing world, far across the sea, beyond the gray shroud of mist that clings to the water. Leif stands on the deck of his ship, the spray of the ocean cool against his skin. His hands are steady on the tiller, guiding the vessel through the currents that twist and pull like restless spirits beneath them. His crew dozes lightly in their places, huddled against the chill. But Leif remains awake, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He carries Astrid with him in every breath, though he does not speak her name aloud. She is the warmth he holds against the cold, the memory he polishes like a stone in his mind's pocket. Her laughter, the way it rose and fell like music, the quiet strength in her hands, the way her eyes held whole worlds in them when she looked at him. The sea is a demanding companion, but tonight it is gentle, its waves rocking the ship with a slow, lulling rhythm. The moon, thin and sharp as a blade, slices through the clouds, casting a path of silver across the water. Leif tightens his grip on the tiller and follows it, as if it is a road made just for him. In his mind, he sees home, the low roofs of the village, the smoke rising in thin spirals against the morning sky, the fields furred with new green in spring, the hush of snow in winter. He sees Astrid's face, not blurred or faded by time or distance, but clear and bright, as if she stands before him. He closes his eyes for a moment and lets the memory steady him, like the feel of the earth underfoot after too long at sea. He thinks of the child he has not yet met, the life he has only imagined. He wonders if it is a boy or a girl, if they have Astrid's calm eyes or his restless hands. He wonders if they will one day walk these shores, watch these stars, carry these same songs in their blood. The ship creaks and groans as it rides the swells, but Leif feels no fear. There is risk, of course. There always is. But there is also faith, woven into every rope, every plank, every heartbeat. Faith that the land waits beyond the sea, that the dawn follows the night, that the hand he longs to hold will not slip away. Somewhere in the vastness between him and home, a bird cries out its lonely call carrying on the wind. Leif lifts his head and listens, his heart tightening in his chest. He wonders if Astrid hears it too. Across all the miles and the miles yet to come, he does not know what the days ahead will bring. Storms, perhaps, winds that howl and rage, shores strange and unfamiliar. But he knows this: he will find his way home, home where the hearth fire waits, where a woman sings to the stars, where a child dreams of oceans they have not yet seen. Leif smiles faintly, a small, private thing, and the ship carries him forward, following the path of light carved by the patient, watching moon. Morning creeps into Astrid's village slowly, as if reluctant to disturb the peace of the night. A pale gray light softens the edges of the houses, the fields, the quiet paths worn by many careful feet. The first to rise are the animals, their soft, familiar sounds stirring the air. Chickens cluck lowly in their coops. A dog barks once, then falls silent again, curling tighter against the cold. Inside her home, Astrid blinks awake to the subtle shift of light against the woven curtain. She lies still for a moment, feeling the weight of the morning settle over her, the long braid of tasks to be done, the empty place beside her where Leif should be. She listens to the small, rhythmic breathing of her child and lets herself linger between sleep and wakefulness, gathering strength like someone drawing a heavy cloak around their shoulders. Eventually, she rises, her body moving with the easy, practiced motions of someone used to carrying hope quietly through the work of the day. She tends to the fire first, feeding it carefully with thin pieces of kindling before adding larger logs. As the flames catch and grow, a gentle warmth seeps back into the house, driving out the lingering chill. She smiles to herself, a small, private thing, as she prepares a simple meal of porridge. The grains crackle softly in the pot, and the warm, earthy scent fills the room. Outside, she can hear her neighbors stirring too, the low murmur of voices, the clatter of a pail against a well, the slow opening and closing of doors. Life unfolding again, as it has for countless mornings before. Astrid feeds her child, singing quietly under her breath, an old song that speaks of the sea and the hills and the long, golden days of summer. The baby's eyes flutter open, wide and curious, and Astrid feels a tug deep in her chest, that fierce, aching love that seems almost too vast for her body to hold. When the meal is finished and the small house is in order, she wraps the child close against her chest, securing them with a soft woolen sling. She steps outside into the morning, breathing deeply of the sharp, clean air. Frost clings to the grass, glinting like tiny stars at her feet. Above her, the sky stretches out in a muted wash of blue and silver, the sun hidden but present, a gentle suggestion rather than a command. She walks slowly through the village, offering nods and small smiles to those she passes. There is Einar, mending a net beside his door, his fingers quick and nimble despite the cold. There is Sigrid, gathering kindling, with her youngest son trailing behind her like a shadow. They exchange a few quiet words: weather, the coming market day, the health of the goats. The talk is simple but comforting, like stones laid carefully, one atop another, to build something lasting. As Astrid walks toward the cliffs that overlook the sea, her mind drifts again to Leif. She wonders where he is now, how many days or weeks or months still stretch between them. She wonders if he has seen new lands, if he has tasted strange foods, heard unfamiliar songs sung in languages she cannot imagine. She hopes he carries her in his heart as she carries him in hers, a steady flame that no wind can extinguish. Reaching the cliff's edge, she stands still for a long moment, gazing out over the restless water. The sea churns below, dark and endless, its surface broken only by the occasional sharp glint of a wave cresting and falling. It is a vast, living thing, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. It has taken many from this village, fathers, brothers, sons, and given them back changed, or not at all. Astrid tightens her arms slightly around her child, feeling the small, warm weight of the future pressed against her. She whispers a promise into the wind, a promise made not with grand words, but with the fierce, steady beat of her heart. We are waiting. We are strong. We will endure. The wind tugs at her hair, pulls at the edge of her cloak, but she stands firm. Beneath her feet, the earth feels solid and true, a reminder that even in the face of the vast, unknowing sea, there are things that hold fast. When at last she turns to walk back to the village, she feels lighter somehow, as if the act of standing there, bearing witness to the endlessness of the sea and the sky, has woven a little more strength into her bones. The days unfold, one after another, each a quiet echo of the last. The seasons lean forward, tilting gently toward spring. Buds swell on the bare branches. The days stretch longer, the nights retreating by slow, careful steps. And still, no sail on the horizon, Still, no word from the sea. But Astrid does not falter. She builds her days with care, weaving them into a life that holds joy as well as longing. She teaches her child to laugh at the chickens that scurry clumsily through the yard. She sits by the fire in the evenings, spinning wool into thread, humming songs of old voyages and distant shores. She joins the other women in the Edo village to bake bread, to mend nets, to gather herbs for healing. She lives, and in living, she keeps the thread taut between herself and Leif, a lifeline spun from the simple, stubborn magic of belief. Far across the water, on a different stretch of rugged coast, Leif stands with his men beside their ship, their boots sinking into the wet, coarse sand. They have found land, not the golden shores they had dreamed of, but a hard, raw country that smells of salt and pine and possibility. They have built a rough shelter from the trees, their hands blistered and raw, their spirits buoyed by the sight of solid ground after so many days adrift. They light fires and cook fish pulled from the cold, clear streams. They sing songs into the dark, their voices rough but full of life. At night, when the others sleep, Leif sits by the fire, carving small figures from driftwood, a bird, a tree, a tiny cradle. His hands work carefully, reverently, as if each cut into the wood can carry a piece of home back across the water. He does not know when they will return. The weather is uncertain. The winds are capricious. Supplies must be gathered, repairs made. But he knows one thing with a certainty as deep as bone. He will return. He closes his eyes and imagines Astrid standing on the cliffs, their child in her arms, both of them watching the sea. He can almost hear her voice, soft and sure, carried to him on the wind. We are waiting. We are strong. We will endure. Leif presses his hand against the small wooden bird he carries in his pocket, its wings worn smooth by his touch. He smiles into the darkness, a slow, fierce smile, and the fire before him burns a little brighter against the long, cold night. The wind along the coast carried the scent of pine and salt, threading its way into every crevice of the small settlement the men had built. It wasn't much, a rough circle of huts fashioned from thick branches and sod, smoke curling from the holes in the roofs, bare earth beaten down by many feet. It was shelter, and for now, that was enough. Leif moved among his men, speaking little, his presence steady and calming. They were good men, brave and determined, but he saw the tiredness creeping into their shoulders, the quiet worry that bloomed in their silences. Supplies were not endless. The land was wild, the weather unpredictable. There were dangers here, ones they could not yet see, but Leif carried a quiet fire inside him, a memory of soft hair and a sleeping child, of the thin line of smoke rising from a home tucked safely against the sea. He knew why he must endure. He knew what waited for him beyond the horizon. Each night, he sat by the fire long after the others had fallen into exhausted sleep. He watched the embers pulse and fade, watched the stars prick the darkness with their cold light. He carved pieces of driftwood into shapes that meant something only to him. A child's small hand, a woman's braided hair, a ship with full sails straining forward. He whispered their names to the night, not aloud, but with the beating of his heart. Astrid, home, return. And in the quiet, the stars seemed to listen. Back in the village, Astrid marked the passage of time not by great events, but by the small, tender details that stitched the days together. Her child's first laugh, gurgling and bright as spring water, the slow swelling of the river with the melting snow, the first crocus pushing bravely through the last frost, its purple head bobbing in the breeze. She found herself speaking to Leif, sometimes when no one was near, in the quiet of the woods when she gathered herbs, in the hush of the house as she prepared the evening meal. She told him about their child's laugh, about the new calf born in Einar's herd, about the way the sky looked just before the sun broke over the hills. She spoke as if he could hear, as if the words could find him across the miles of sea and stone and cloud. Maybe they could. Maybe love was a kind of wind, too, unseen but undeniable, moving through the spaces between worlds. Spring deepened into summer, and the village grew busy with life. Fields were planted and tended, nets were mended and cast, children ran barefoot through the grass, their laughter filling the air like birdsong. The long days stretched lazily across the land, the sun reluctant to set, painting the sky with long ribbons of gold and pink. Astrid worked alongside the others, her hands quick and sure. She sang while she worked, songs old and new, songs of the earth and the sea, songs of waiting and returning. Sometimes the ache of missing Leif pressed so hard against her chest, she thought she might break under it, but she didn't. She bent her head, and she worked, and she loved their child fiercely, and she sang, and always, always, she watched the horizon. It was late one afternoon, the sun heavy in the sky, when she first thought she saw it, a small smudge against the blue line, where sea met sky. She shielded her eyes and squinted, her heart slamming once against her ribs. She stood there for a long time, unmoving, barely breathing, as the shape grew clearer. A sail. Her knees trembled, and she pressed a hand to her chest as if to steady the wild beating there. She turned and ran toward the village, the child laughing in delight against her back as the shawl bounced with her hurried steps. Others saw it too, and soon the village hummed with excitement, people running to the cliffs, pointing, shouting, The men readied themselves to help bring the ship ashore, their hands quick and practiced, even as their eyes shone with hope. Astrid stood on the edge of the cliff, her hands trembling so badly she had to clutch the folds of her skirt to keep them from flying to her mouth. She watched as the ship drew nearer, its hull battered but intact, its sail proud against the sky. And there, at the prow, a figure standing tall, one hand raised in salute. Leif. Tears blurred her vision, but she did not wipe them away. She let them fall, warm against her cheeks, as she pressed her forehead against her child's soft hair and whispered his name over and over again, as if the very sound of it could weave the space between them tighter, faster. The ship scraped against the pebbled shore, men leaping into the shallows to drag it the last few feet. Voices called out, laughter and shouting and crying blending together into one great aching song. Leif was among the first to leap ashore, his boots splashing through the cold surf, his eyes scanning the crowd with the desperation of a man searching for air after too long underwater. And then he saw her. Astrid stood, rooted to the earth. The child clutched close against her. Their eyes met across the distance, and for a moment the whole noisy world fell away. It was just them, two hearts that had beat across an ocean, across the endless nights, across the sharp, biting loneliness of absence. He broke into a run, his face crumpling with a raw, wordless joy that shook him to his core. Astrid moved too, half stumbling, half flying, and when they met, it was with a force that left them both breathless. He gathered them into his arms, one arm around Astrid's trembling shoulders, the other cradling the child he had dreamed of in the long dark hours. He pressed his face into Astrid's hair, breathing in the scent of home, of earth and fire and love. They clung to each other as the village cheered around them, as the tide pulled gently at the shore, as the sun dipped lower and lower in the sky. No words passed between them then. There was no need. Their hearts spoke all that mattered. I am here. You are here. We are whole again. And the sea, the ever-watchful sea, carried their story onward, weaving it into the endless song of waves and wind and waiting, of leaving and returning, of love that endures. Through every long and lonely night, the evening settled softly around them, wrapping the village in a hushed golden light. The fires crackled, the scent of roasting meat and fresh bread curling upward into the darkening sky. Families reunited, their voices low with laughter and disbelief, their hands never far from the ones they had missed so dearly. Children chased each other barefoot through the grass, their shrieks and giggles rising like little sparks into the twilight. Astrid and Leif sat close by the fire outside their home, the child asleep, against Leif's chest, tiny fingers curled trustingly into the folds of his tunic. Astrid leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder, the long, endless ache inside her finally easing, softening like snow beneath the first warm sun of spring. They spoke in low, broken murmurs, words catching in their throats, not because there was too much to say, but because the words felt too small for all that lived in their hearts. He told her of the endless stretch of water, the cold nights, the new lands that were wild and untamed. She told him of their child's first tooth, of the long winter, of the way she stood each evening by the cliffs and whispered to the sea. Leif smiled, a slow, worn smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "I heard you," he said, his voice rough with feeling. Every night, Astrid lifted her head to look at him, and in his gaze she saw not just the man who had left, but the man who had carried them with him through every wave, every storm, every sleepless night. The fire popped and shifted, sending a flurry of sparks into the dark. Astrid tucked a thick woolen blanket around them all, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself to fully exhale, to let the weight of fear and hope and waiting slide from her shoulders and fall, forgotten, into the night. They sat like that for a long time, listening to the crackle of the flames, to the low hum of voices around them, to the rhythmic crash of the waves against the shore. The stars pricked their way into the sky, cool and steady and eternal, the same stars that had guided Leif home, the same stars under which Astrid had whispered her prayers. The night deepened, the conversations faded to soft murmurs, and still they sat, unwilling to let the moment pass too quickly. Leif traced small circles on the child's back, his other hand wrapped tightly around Astrid's. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the slow, steady beat of his heart, a sound more precious than any song. Somewhere, an old woman began to sing, her voice thin but sure, carrying an old tune across the village. It was a song of voyaging, of partings and homecomings, of the great wheel that turns all lives from beginning to end and back again. Astrid closed her eyes, letting the music soak into her bones, feeling herself a part of something vast and timeless. The song spoke of the sea's hunger, of the earth's patience, of love's unbreakable thread stretched across distance and time. It spoke of the bravery of leaving and the greater bravery of waiting. It spoke of the joy of return, that sweet, shattering joy that mends what was torn, that breathes life into what had lain dormant. Leif's hand tightened around hers as the song rose and fell like the tide, and in that moment, Astrid understood something she had always known, but never fully named. They were not alone in their story. They were part of a great, endless tapestry of mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, who had waited and longed and returned, who had whispered to the stars and listened for the answering call across the water. The fire burned low, casting long shadows that danced along the walls of the houses. The village, so full of movement and noise hours ago, now drifted into a soft, exhausted stillness, like a heart slowing after a long, hard run. One by one, the fires were banked, the doors closed, the world tucked itself into sleep. Astrid and Leif rose quietly, careful not to wake the child, and made their way into their home. The familiar smells greeted them: smoke and wool and earth, and something else, something newly sweet, like hope freshly kindled. Inside, the hearth still held a few glowing coals. Astrid set about rekindling the fire, while Leif gently laid the child into the cradle. He paused for a long moment, staring down at the sleeping face, his own expression unreadable, part wonder, part grief for all he had missed, part fierce, trembling love. Astrid crossed to him and laid a hand on his back, grounding him, reminding him that he was here now, that they were here, together. Without speaking, they moved around each other easily, naturally, tending to the small rituals of settling in, the folding of clothes, the setting aside of travel-worn belongings, the careful stoking of the fire until it burned strong enough to warm the little house. When at last they lay down together on the bed of furs and woven blankets, Astrid tucked herself into the curve of Leif's body as if she had never left it. His arm came around her without hesitation, holding her close, his breath stirring the hair at her temple. For a long time, neither spoke. Words were not needed. In the hush of the house, in the steady rhythm of breath and heartbeat, in the quiet crackle of the fire, all the things they had carried, the fear, the longing, the stubborn hope, found a place to rest. Astrid felt her body soften into sleep, the tension she had carried for so many months easing away into the dark. Leif pressed a kiss against her hair, so light she might have dreamed it, and whispered into the space between them, "I'm home." The fire settled into a slow, steady burn. Outside, the wind moved gently through the trees, carrying with it the scent of salt and pine and new beginnings. The stars turned in their silent dance overhead, and in the small house by the sea, a family, once stretched across an ocean, now lay curled together, whole and unbroken, wrapped in the deep, unshakable peace of love returned. The night cradled them gently, as if the world itself had been holding its breath, and now, at last, could exhale and sleep, sweet and deep, claimed them all. The days that followed moved like a slow and beautiful dream, as if time itself had softened around them. In the mornings, Astrid would wake to the steady sound of Leif's breathing beside her, the weight of his arm draped around her, with unconscious tenderness. There was a kind of holiness in those first few waking moments when the world was still, quiet, and every small movement, every shared breath felt like a prayer answered. They rebuilt the rhythms of their life together, not all at once, but with the careful, deliberate patience of hands smoothing cloth, knotting rope, weaving new threads into an old and cherished tapestry. There was work to be done, always, fields to tend, fish to catch, wood to gather. But it was different now. The work was lighter somehow, touched by the deep gratitude of simply being near each other again. Leif marveled at how much the child had grown. He would sit for long stretches, the baby cradled in his arms, whispering stories of the sea, of faraway lands where the trees grew tall and the rivers ran clear and strong. The child listened with wide, solemn eyes, their tiny hand resting trustingly against Leif's chest, as if they understood every word. Sometimes Astrid would watch them from the doorway, her hands still in the grain she was grinding, or the cloth she was weaving, and a fullness would rise in her chest that was almost too much to hold, a happiness so profound it hurt, like a wound made by too much light. In the evenings, they sat by the hearth together, the fire painting their faces in warm, living gold. The house, once filled with the soft emptiness of waiting, now pulsed with laughter, with stories, with the simple sounds of family. Leif would carve small toys for the child from scraps of wood, tiny animals, little ships with sails made from stitched bits of cloth. Astrid would sing as she worked, her voice weaving through the room like a warm breeze. Outside, the world moved through the seasons. Summer, with its lush green abundance, tilted slowly toward the soft fire of autumn. The days grew shorter, the air crisp with the scent of apples and wood smoke. Leaves turned brilliant shades of red and gold, falling in slow spirals to the earth like dreams set loose from their branches. Together, they prepared for the winter ahead. They salted fish and dried herbs, patched cloaks, and strengthened the roof. They gathered firewood into neat stacks against the house, sealing in the warmth they would need when the snow came. It was hard work, but it was good work, made lighter by the fact that it was shared. Sometimes, on clear nights, they would walk together to the cliffs where Astrid had stood so often alone. They would sit close, their hands twined together, their child asleep against Leif's chest, and they would watch the sea. It was never silent. It shifted and whispered and roared, a living thing, vast and unknowable. But standing together at the edge of it, the old fear no longer gripped Astrid's heart. Now, when she looked at the endless water, she did not see only loss. She saw return. She saw resilience. She saw the unbreakable threads of love stretched across the great spaces of the world, unseen but stronger than iron. One night, As they sat there with the stars swimming in the sky above them and the sea murmuring below, Leif spoke, his voice low and certain. "I will sail again," he said. Astrid did not flinch. She had known it, deep in her bones, from the moment she saw him step off that ship. His heart was too tied to the horizon to stay forever in one place, and she loved him all the more for it, for the restless spirit that carried him far but always, always brought him home. She turned to him, her hand finding his in the dark. "When you go," she said softly, "you carry us with you, and we will wait, as long as it takes." Leif drew her close, pressing his forehead against hers. "I will always find my way back to you." The stars turned overhead, patient and eternal, and the world breathed around them, vast and alive, and full of quiet promises. When winter came, it came hard and fast, as it always did. Snow fell thick and soft, muffling the world into silence. The rivers froze, the trees bowed low under the weight of ice. But inside the small house by the sea, the fire never went out. The days were short and full of small, steady joys, the laughter of a child learning to walk across the firs, the rich smell of stew bubbling in the pot, the scratch of Leif's knife against wood as he carved new shapes into being, the soft, familiar rhythm of Astrid's loom as she wove warm blankets against the cold. In the evenings, when the wind howled around the corners of the house and the snow piled high against the door, they would gather close by the fire. Leif would tell stories, some true, some embroidered with the bright threads of imagination, and Astrid would listen, her hand resting against his knee, the child curled against her side. They built a fortress of love against the cold, a warm, beating heart in the center of the frozen world. And in the deep quiet of winter nights, when the stars shone sharp and clear, and the whole earth seemed to be holding its breath, Astrid would sometimes wake to find Leif awake beside her, staring into the dark. He would turn to her then, and the look in his eyes would say everything: gratitude, wonder, an aching love that needed no words. She would smile, small and sure, and reach for his hand, and together they would close their eyes and drift into dreams spun from the simplest, strongest threads. A home built of waiting and returning, of loss and joy, of endings and beginnings folded gently into each other. And outside, the sea would sing its endless, restless song, a lullaby for all those who wait and all those who come home. When the first thaw came, it crept gently over the land, unnoticed at first, a soft drip from the eaves, a loosening of the earth's hard, frozen skin. The river, held still and breathless under ice for so many months, began to murmur again, shy and tentative. Buds swelled on the bare branches, and the wind, still cold carried the faint scent of something green and new stirring deep beneath the soil. The whole village seemed to breathe easier, as if the earth's slow waking stirred their blood too. People moved with a little more lightness in their steps. Laughter broke out more easily. The fields, still brown and bare, called to them with the promise of life ready to unfold again. Astrid felt it too, the restless stirring inside her. Not impatience, not any more, but something tenderer, a readiness, a readiness to meet whatever the turning of the seasons would bring. She spent the mornings with the other women of the village, mending sails, weaving new nets, patching clothing worn thin by the long winter. Their conversations wove easily through the work, stories layered upon stories, stitching the small details of their lives into something lasting. In the afternoons, she walked the paths beyond the village, her child toddling beside her, chubby hands reaching out to touch every stone, every bent reed, every patch of green forcing its way through the thaw. She showed the little one the world inch by inch, the curve of the riverbank, the sharp cry of a gull overhead, the way the moss clung soft and bright to the north sides of the trees. Sometimes, in the quiet moments between work and tending the home, Astrid would sit by the fire and trace the shape of her life in her mind. It was not the life of songs and sagas, not one of grand battles or bold discoveries. It was quieter, smaller, a life made rich by its careful, steady building, by hands that healed and held, by promises kept not in grand declarations, but in the patient tending of love through the long and changeable seasons. Leif, too, moved differently through the village now, no longer simply a sailor or an adventurer. He was a father, a husband, a part of something that rooted him more firmly than any ship's anchor. He spent his days working alongside the other men, repairing boats, cutting timber, preparing for the next season's labors. At night, when the child slept and the house fell silent except for the whisper of the fire, he and Astrid would sit close, speaking quietly of their dreams, of what they would plant in the spring, of the new home they might build one day, closer to the cliffs, where the sea stretched out endlessly before them, of the voyages yet to come, for there would always be voyages, and the joyful, stubborn certainty that each return would be sweeter than the last. One evening, as the light faded and the first stars blinked into view, Astrid turned to him with a soft, wondering smile. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked, her voice no louder than a breath. "The leaving? The returning?" Leif looked at her, long and steady, his hand covering hers where it rested against the woven blanket. "No," he said simply, "because every mile away from you has made being here richer. Every night beneath a strange sky made coming home feel like being reborn. Astrid felt a warmth spread through her, a quiet, fierce joy that rooted deep and sure. The fire crackled softly between them, casting their shadows large and shifting against the walls. The child stirred in their sleep, a tiny sigh escaping their lips, and Astrid rose to pull the blanket higher, her movements careful and full of love. She stood there for a moment, watching the slow, steady rise and fall of her child's breath, feeling the pull of the world outside, the restless, beautiful world that would one day call to this small life too. And she realized, with a sudden clarity that made her chest ache, that love was not about holding still. It was about carrying each other forward through the seasons, across the oceans, into every unknown. When she returned to the fire, Leif reached for her hand, pulling her gently down beside him. They sat in comfortable silence, listening to the sounds of the world settling into sleep. The sea whispered to the shore. Beyond the village, the wind wove through the trees, soft and full of promises, and above them, the stars turned slowly, patient and eternal, spinning their silver thread across the deep velvet of the night. In that moment, Astrid understood something deeper than all the stories sung by the old ones, something older than the stones, older than the sea. Home was not a place. Home was a heart, a pair of hands, a voice whispering your name in the dark. Home was love, enduring, no matter the distance, no matter the years, no matter the storms that might come. And wrapped in that understanding, wrapped in the warmth of the fire and the steady, beating presence of the ones she loved, Astrid let herself drift at last into the gentlest, deepest sleep, a sleep where the sea sang lullabies, where the stars kept watch, and where every dream led her back, again and again, to home. The seasons turned again, as they always did, carrying with them the quiet, inevitable currents of change. Spring melted into the green fullness of summer, and summer tilted toward autumn's crisp breath. Time folded itself into their lives, not in grand moments, but in the slow, patient way of living things. A baby's first clumsy steps across the soft grass, the first small words spoken in a language all their own, the first time tiny fingers reached for Leif's beard with an irresistible giggle. Life was not always easy. There were days when the nets came up empty, when storms battered the roofs and fields, when illness passed through the village like a shadow. There were days when the longing for adventure tugged sharply at Leif, and days when Astrid's heart grew tight with fear at the thought of future partings. But the foundation they had built, stone by stone, word by word, touch by touch, held firm against these tides. Each day was a weaving, an act of love, written not in declarations but in the thousand small kindnesses of ordinary living. Bread baked in the morning light, cloaks repaired by the fire's soft glow, hands reaching for each other in the dark, finding the familiar shapes of trust and forgiveness without needing to speak. In the evenings, after the work was done and the child lay sleeping, Astrid and Leif would walk down to the cliffs as they had done so many times before. The wind off the sea was cool against their skin, and the stars spilled themselves recklessly across the dark canvas overhead. They would stand there in silence, listening to the sigh of the waves below, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. Sometimes Leif would point out constellations, tracing them lightly in the air with a calloused finger. The great bear, the hunter, the swan gliding across the heavens, stories his father had told him, and his father before him, stories older than any home, older than any voyage. Astrid listened, not just to the words, but to the spaces between them, the quiet reverence, the unspoken wonder. She knew that part of his soul would always belong to the wide water, to the endless horizon, and she loved him, not in spite of it, but because of it. It was a deep, wild love, not the kind that demands or confines, but the kind that releases and trusts, the kind that believes, even in the face of fear. In late autumn, when the leaves were falling in swirling drifts, and the sky often wore a low, heavy gray, word came that the ships would sail again when the ice released its grip in the spring. Not a raid, not a war, a trading voyage, a journey of commerce and discovery. Leif would go. The decision was made with few words. It hung in the air between them. Not a wound, not a betrayal, but a truth that they both accepted, even as it ached. That night, after the child was asleep, Astrid and Leif sat long by the fire, the light dancing in the depths of their eyes. He took her hand in his, and they spoke softly of what would come, of the food she would grow, the sail she would mend, of the stories he would bring back, the goods he would trade, of the fire that would burn in their home, steady and bright, waiting for him to find his way by its light. Astrid wove her fingers through his, resting their joined hands against her heart. "You will come back to us," she said, her voice low but sure. Leif nodded, his forehead resting against hers, the weight of all they had built pressed between them. "I will follow the stars," he whispered, "and the pull of you will guide me home." When the time came, there would be the bittersweet parting, the long stretch of waiting, the silent conversations with the wide, indifferent sky. There would be the steady work of days filling and emptying again. There would be nights spent with her hand pressed against the cold pillow beside her, imagining the shape of his dreams. And there would be, always, the knowledge that the love between them was not a fragile thing, not something to be broken by distance or by silence. It was woven deep into them, into their breath, their blood, their very bones. As the fire crackled low, and the world beyond their door fell into sleep, Astrid closed her eyes and leaned into the warmth of him, into the memory of all the nights before and the promise of all the nights to come. And in her dreams, the sea sang softly, not of loss, not of fear, but of journeys that end in homecomings, of hearts that find each other across the vastness, again and again and again. The stars wheeled overhead, patient and endless. The tide whispered against the shore, tireless and true. And in the little house by the sea, a family lay folded into the quiet shelter of love, dreaming of the wide world and of the way back home. The winter that settled over the village that year was a deep and thoughtful one, stretching its long fingers across the land with a kind of solemn patience. Snow fell in steady, measured layers, muffling every sound, softening the sharp edges of the world. The river slept beneath its armor of ice. The trees stood bare and still, and the breath of the sea hung heavy in the air, salty and cold. Inside their home, the fire burned low and steady, a faithful heartbeat against the chill. Days and nights folded into each other with a slow, dreamlike grace. Astrid moved through them like a weaver through cloth, her hands busy, her mind often far away, threading hopes and worries into the weave of each passing hour. The child grew quickly in that long winter. Their laughter filled the small house, chasing away the darkness that sometimes gathered in the corners. Astrid taught them old songs, songs her mother had taught her, songs that wrapped them both in the memory of all the women who had stood where she stood, singing against the cold and the fear and the long, waiting nights. She taught the child to bake small loaves of bread, their tiny hands patting at the dough, their face serious and bright with concentration. She taught them the names of the herbs hanging from the beams, the ones for fevers, the ones for wounds, the ones for peace. She taught them to listen to the world, the way the wind spoke through the cracks in the door, the way the fire whispered as it shifted in its cradle of stones. And always she spoke of Leif, not in grand, aching declarations, but in the small, everyday ways that kept him close. Your father would laugh at that face you're making, she would say, tucking a loose curl behind the child's ear. Your father knows how to tie the strongest knots. When your father comes home, we'll show him how well you can run. In this way, Leif was never truly absent. He lived in the stories, in the songs, in the small rituals that shaped their days. His memory was not a hollow space waiting to be filled, but a living, breathing part of their home. And Astrid, even in the loneliest moments, when the wind howled so fiercely she feared the roof would lift from the house, when the ache of missing him sat so heavy on her chest she could barely draw breath, even then she held fast to the invisible thread that tethered him to them. Spring came grudgingly that year, the thaw slow and uncertain, but come it did, as it always must. The snow receded, leaving behind a world raw and dripping with newness. Buds swelled on the trees. The river broke free, rushing and roaring with the urgency of life renewed. The fields turned a muddy, hopeful green. With the change of the season came the stirring of the village, the preparations for the ship's return. Nets were mended, sails repaired, barrels filled with provisions for the long-awaited celebration. Children ran wild through the muddy streets, shouting and laughing, their cheeks pink with the bite of the cool air. Astrid moved through the days with a heart that beat a little faster, a little harder. With each passing morning, she could feel it in the air, that electric charge of expectation, of something just beyond the horizon. Every evening, she and the child would walk to the cliffs, standing together at the edge of the world, scanning the endless blue line where sky met sea. Some days, the waves were wild and white, thrashing themselves against the rocks in a fury. Some days, they lay flat and silver, stretching out smooth and endless beneath the low sky. Every day, Astrid looked. Every day, she waited. And then, one soft, golden afternoon, when the first wildflowers had begun to scatter color across the meadows, she saw it, a shape, small and dark, breaking the surface of the sea. Then another and another, ships. The cry went up from the cliffs, carrying through the village like a spark catching dry tinder. Doors flew open, voices shouted, feet pounded the earth in hurried, breathless steps. Astrid gathered the child into her arms, holding them close against the thunder of her heart, and she ran. The beach was a chaos of sound and motion, of weeping and laughter, and the frantic scanning of faces. The ships drew closer, their sails patched and travel-worn, their hulls heavy with the scent of salt and faraway lands. Astrid pushed her way through the throng, her eyes locked on the figures leaping from the boats into the shallows, their legs unsteady after so long at sea. And then there he was, Leif. He was thinner than she remembered, his hair longer, his face marked by sun and wind and all the miles he had traveled. But his eyes were the same, bright and searching, hungry for the sight of her. Their gazes found each other across the crowd, and everything else, the shouting, the crying, the crash of the surf, fell away into silence. Astrid did not think. She simply moved, her body knowing before her mind could form the thought. Leif dropped his gear, stumbling forward, his arms reaching. They met halfway, the force of it nearly knocking them from their feet. Astrid pressed her face against his chest, her hands clutching the rough fabric of his cloak, breathing him in, salt and earth, and the indefinable scent of home. Leif sank to his knees, gathering them both, Astrid and the child, into his arms, his body shaking with the enormity of the moment. He buried his face in Astrid's hair, in the soft, warm weight of the child against his shoulder. "I'm here," he whispered, over and over, the words breaking against them like waves. "I'm here. I'm home." And the world, vast and wild and endless, folded itself around them, quiet and sure, cradling them in the tender, unbreakable truth of it. That night, the village burned with life. Fires blazed in every hearth, and the air shimmered with the sound of singing and laughter, and weeping so fierce it left no room for words. The returning sailors were pulled into circles of light and warmth, hands grasping them, voices rising up in disbelief and joy, food and drink pressed into their calloused hands. Leif moved through it all, with Astrid's hand clutched tightly in his own, the child perched against his hip, small fingers tangled into the rough collar of his tunic. He smiled. He nodded. He accepted the thundering slaps on the back, but his gaze always found its way back to them, as if reassuring himself again and again that they were real, that he was not dreaming them from the salt-worn edges of his mind. They slipped away before the night grew too thick with noise and drink, retreating up the familiar, worn path to their home. The world seemed to hush around them as they walked, the grass brushing their boots, the sea a low murmur at their backs, the stars blooming one by one in the cooling sky. Inside the small house, everything was as Leif remembered, and somehow not the same at all. The hearth, the low beams, the bundles of herbs and dried fish, the faint, sweet smell of wool and wood smoke. But threaded through it now were new things. A child's wooden toys scattered across the floor, a woven cloth draped carefully over the table, new furs, new songs waiting to be sung. He set the child down carefully onto the furs near the hearth, his hands reluctant to let go, his heart still catching at the wonder of the small, breathing life that was his own flesh, his own blood. Astrid moved through the room, lighting the fire, pulling down a simple meal she had prepared earlier: bread and goat cheese, a little dried meat, a bowl of berries gathered that morning. They sat together in the quiet, the crackling of the fire, the only sound between them at first. The child ate sleepily, their eyes heavy, their small body leaning more and more into Astrid's side. Leif watched them both, his hands resting on the rough-hewn table, feeling as though he had finally set down a burden he had carried for so long he had forgotten its weight. Astrid caught his gaze and smiled, a soft, knowing smile that needed no words. She rose, lifting the dozing child into her arms, and carried them to the small, sleeping nook tucked warmly by the hearth. She laid the child down carefully, tucking the blankets snug around their small body, brushing a kiss across their forehead. When she turned back to Leif, the air between them seemed to hum with all that they had been through, all that they had yet to say. She crossed the room and knelt before him, her hands reaching for his, their fingers weaving together like the strands of a rope, strong, unbreakable, meant to bear the weight of many storms. He bowed his head, pressing his forehead against their joined hands, his breath shuddering from him in a long, aching sigh. "I missed everything," he said hoarsely, his voice thick with the grief of all the moments he had not seen. The first smile, the first words, the first steps stumbled across this very floor. Astrid lifted his face gently, her touch tender and sure. "You missed nothing that cannot be lived again," she whispered. "You are here now. That is what matters." And somehow, with those simple words, the sharp edge of regret dulled, leaving only the fierce, blinding gratitude that he was here, that they were here, that the story had brought them back to each other. Leif rose and drew her into his arms, holding her so close he could feel the steady beat of her heart against his ribs. He rested his face in the crook of her neck, breathing in the scent of her, the feel of her, the absolute reality of her. They stayed like that for a long time, swaying slightly in the golden light of the fire, the outside world falling away until there was nothing but the hush of their breathing, the soft ticking of the cooling earth, the low, endless song of the sea beyond the walls. Later, when the fire had burned low and the stars spun their slow, eternal dance overhead, they lay together on the bed of furs, the child nestled safely between them. Leif traced the curve of Astrid's hand, the line of her cheek, the familiar, beloved map of her face. She whispered stories into the dark, small, simple stories of the days while he was gone, the stubborn goat that escaped its pen again, and again, the village feast where the child had danced on unsteady feet, the first word spoken, "Mama," and how Astrid had laughed and wept all at once. Leif listened, every story a stitch binding him closer to the life he had missed, the life he had returned to. He told her of the vast forests he had seen, the strange fruits he had tasted, the stars that burned unfamiliar overhead in foreign skies. He told her of the nights when he stood alone on the deck, the sea a black void all around him, and he closed his eyes and listened for the voice of home. "I heard you," he said, his voice breaking with the memory. "I always heard you." Astrid pressed her forehead against his, her breath warm against his skin. "We were calling," she whispered, "always." The fire dimmed to glowing coals. The house sank into deep, soft silence. The child stirred once, sighing in their sleep, a small hand reaching blindly outward until it found Leif's tunic and clutched it tightly. Leif smiled through the tears he did not try to hide, and he wrapped his arms around them both. Outside, the sea breathed its endless lullaby against the shore. The wind moved through the trees, slow and sure. The stars spun on, indifferent and eternal, watching over this small, fierce, enduring miracle of love, of loss, of return. And inside the little house by the sea, a family slept, whole, mended, and stitched forever into the endless, quiet fabric of the world. The seasons rolled forward once more, as surely as the tide slipping over stones, reshaping the edges of the world little by little. Days warmed, stretched long and golden, and Astrid and Leif moved through them with the easy grace of people who have learned the preciousness of the present, who know how quickly the world can change. Their child grew like the young trees along the riverbank, strong, a little wild, reaching toward the sun with fearless hands. Each morning brought a new discovery, a new laughter bubbling from small lips, a new word shouted proudly into the open air, and every discovery was a wonder for Astrid and Leif, as if they too were seeing the world for the first time through those wide, curious eyes. They lived simply but richly, their days stitched together by the steady rhythms of the land and the sea, mornings spent gathering berries or mending sails, afternoons where the sound of the hammer or the spinning wheel floated from the houses, evenings full of shared meals, the murmur of stories, the hush of a fire crackling low. Sometimes Leif would sit on the step of their home, the child curled up against him, and he would tell tales of distant lands. His voice, low and steady, painted pictures in the twilight, forests so dense no sun could touch the ground, mountains crowned with ice so bright it hurt the eyes, rivers that wound through valleys so deep it seemed they might run straight into the heart of the earth. Astrid would listen from just inside the door, her hands busy with some small task, her heart full to the brim. She loved the way Leif's stories always ended the same way, not with the discovery of gold or glory, but with the quiet, aching pull of home, with the ship turning back to the familiar coastline, the hearth fires blinking like stars in the dusk, the voices calling across the water. Always, it ended with returning. There were plans, whispered sometimes, late into the night, when the world outside lay still and waiting. Another voyage, perhaps, a larger house built closer to the cliffs, more children, if the gods were kind. Dreams spun between them like soft thread, not hurried, not demanded, but held gently, tenderly. But for now, it was enough simply to be here, to wake each morning to the scent of salt and sun-warmed earth, to fall asleep each night wrapped in the slow, certain heartbeat of home. The village, too, pulsed with quiet life. New boats were built, sails mended, and dyed bright colors that snapped proudly in the breeze. Crops flourished in the fields. The children, now a small unruly herd, raced barefoot through the grass, their shouts ringing out like bells. Sometimes, standing by the shore, with her feet buried in the cool sand, Astrid would watch them and feel a kind of aching sweetness bloom in her chest, a tenderness for all the small lives unfolding in their clumsy, determined way. She thought often of her own childhood, of the songs sung by the hearth, the stories passed down like precious heirlooms. She thought of how life was a thread, spun long and thin, passed carefully from hand to hand, generation to generation, and she understood deep in her bones that she was part of something larger than herself, something that stretched beyond the horizon, beyond memory, beyond even the stars. As the first hints of autumn touched the edges of the leaves with gold and crimson, the talk of the village began to shift again. A new voyage was being planned, a long one this time, to far lands spoken of only in hushed, wondering tones. Leif's name was among those called to go. Astrid felt the news settle into her like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples outward, touching every quiet corner of her heart. She watched him as he listened to the plans being made, the lists of supplies being drawn, the routes sketched roughly in the dirt. She saw the way his eyes brightened, the way his hands, strong and scarred, flexed with a restless energy. She saw the tug of the wide world calling to him, that ancient pull that no love could silence. And she knew that evening, after the meal was finished and the child tucked safely into sleep, she and Leif sat by the fire, the hush between them deep and full. He turned to her, his face shadowed by the flickering light, and opened his mouth to speak. But she was already there, already smiling, already reaching for his hand. "You must go," she said softly, her fingers threading through his. "It is who you are. It is what made you find your way to me." Leif closed his eyes for a long moment, and when he opened them again, they shone with tears. He did not try to hide. "I hate to leave you again," he whispered. "I hate to leave what we've built." Astrid leaned in, pressing her forehead against his, the firelight painting their faces with gold. "You are not leaving," she said. "You are carrying us with you. We are the song you hum at night. We are the stars you follow. We are the fire that will light your way home." And she knew, even as the ache of coming absence blossomed in her chest, that love, true love, was not chains and cages. It was wings. It was the courage to stand at the edge of the world and say, "Go, fly, return." They held each other close that night, their hearts beating a quiet, steady promise between them. And outside, the stars spun patiently on, weaving their slow, endless dance across the sky. The sea whispered its ancient, tireless song, and the small house by the shore glowed with the fierce, gentle light of love, waiting, enduring, eternal. The preparations for the voyage filled the village with a kind of restless energy, like a current running just beneath the surface of every conversation, every hurried footstep, every careful gathering of supplies. Nets were repaired, sails were patched and reinforced, food was salted and packed into sturdy barrels. The blacksmith's hammer rang long into the evenings, shaping nails and rivets, strengthening the bones of the ships that would soon carry their sons and fathers and husbands far from the safety of home. Astrid moved through it all with a steady calm, her heart beating both fiercely and tenderly. She made Leif's traveling cloak herself, stitching the thick, rough wool with careful hands, weaving small patterns into the seams, protection charms, old and quiet magic passed down from mothers and grandmothers whose names had long since been folded into the earth. She packed a small satchel for him too, dried berries, a tightly wrapped bundle of bread and smoked meat, a carving of a bird to carry in his pocket, a tiny scrap of the child's tunic, worn soft with love and laughter, to remind him of all he was returning to. Each night, after the work was done, and the house fell into its familiar, comforting hush, Astrid and Leif would sit by the fire and talk softly of what was to come. They did not pretend it would be easy. The sea was unpredictable. The lands beyond were unknown, and the journey would be long. But neither of them flinched from it. Instead, they wove their love deeper into every plan, every goodbye said not with fear but with fierce, stubborn hope. The child, too young to understand fully, sensed the change coming and clung more tightly to Leif, trailing after him like a shadow, reaching up small hands to tug at his cloak, to nestle against his chest. Whenever he sat still long enough, Leif drank in every moment, every laugh, every story told, with wide eyes and wild gestures, every quiet, sleepy breath against his shoulder, storing them up like treasures to carry across the waves. When the morning of the departure finally came, the sky was a pale, trembling blue, and the sea lay flat and silver under the first hesitant light. The village gathered by the shore, the air thick with the sharp, salty scent of the tide, and the unspoken tangle of excitement and sorrow. Astrid stood with the child at the edge of the sand, the wind teasing the edges of her cloak, her hand resting, steady and warm against the small, trusting body beside her. Leif stood before them, his pack slung over one shoulder, his eyes searching her face as if trying to memorize every line, every freckle, every beloved curve. He dropped to one knee, pulling the child close, pressing a kiss into their hair. The child clung to him, small fists knotted in the rough fabric of his tunic, a soft, confused whimper escaping their lips. Astrid crouched beside them, her arms wrapping around them both, her heart so full it felt like it might split open. Leif whispered something to the child, words too soft for anyone else to hear. And then, slowly, gently, he stood. Astrid rose with him, her hands slipping into his, their fingers lacing together with the ease of long familiarity. For a moment, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. Then Leif leaned down and pressed his forehead against hers, his voice no more than a breath. "I will find you again," he said. "Always." Astrid nodded, her eyes shining but steady. "We will be here," she whispered. "Always." They stood like that for a moment longer, the sea stretching out endlessly behind them, the sky above vast and blue and full of quiet promises. And then, with a final, lingering touch of his hand against her cheek, Leif turned and walked toward the waiting ship. Astrid watched him go, her hand resting lightly over her heart, feeling the thrum of life there, fierce and unwavering. She watched as he climbed aboard, as the sail caught the rising breeze, as the ship slid out across the smooth water, growing smaller and smaller against the brightening horizon. She stood there until the ship was only a speck, and then until it was nothing at all. The child tugged at her hand, their small face tilted up to hers, full of questions too big for words. Astrid knelt and gathered them into her arms, pressing her face into their soft hair, breathing in the pure, living scent of them. "He'll come back," she said softly, more to herself than to the child. "He always comes back." She stood then, lifting the child onto her hip, and turned back toward the village. The path stretched before her, familiar and worn, the grass brushing against her boots, the scent of earth and salt, and wildflowers thick in the warming air. There would be days of work ahead, crops to tend, clothes to mend, stories to tell, songs to sing. There would be nights of waiting, nights of watching the stars wheel slowly through the blackness, nights of listening to the sea whisper its endless song. And there would be, always, the steady, unwavering thread of love, stretched taut across the miles, invisible but unbreakable, strong enough to bind hearts across any distance. Astrid tightened her hold on the child, her gaze lifting to the horizon, where sea and sky kissed in a long silver line. She smiled, a small, sure smile, full of all the fierce hope of every woman who had ever stood at the edge of the world and waited, and with steady steps she walked forward into the day, carrying with her all the light and love of home. The wind sang through the grass, the sea breathed against the shore, the stars waited patiently in their blue, bright cradle, and the story The endless, tender, unbreakable story of love and longing and return continued, soft and slow and sure, woven forever into the great, breathing tapestry of the world. The days grew longer again as the wheel of the seasons spun its slow, ancient dance. Spring unfurled fully across the land, dressing the meadows in yellow and white flowers, softening the river banks with bright green moss, warming the stones of the village paths under the sun's patient touch. Life moved forward with the gentle stubbornness of things that have endured many winters, many losses, and still insist on blooming. Astrid's days were filled from end to end. There were gardens to tend, sheep to shear, baskets to weave. There was a child to raise, wild and bright, chasing dragonflies through the tall grass, their laughter rising into the sky like a song the earth itself had forgotten how to sing. And yet, woven through all of it was the quiet, constant ache of missing. It was not a sharp, unbearable thing anymore, not the kind of grief that cuts or cripples, but rather a soft, steady pulse, like a second heartbeat, a reminder that part of her lived beyond the horizon, on a ship that sailed beneath strange stars, across waters she would never see. At night, after the child had been tucked into sleep and the hearth fire burned low, Astrid would sit by the window and gaze out at the endless dark. She would hum old songs under her breath, songs of travelers and dreamers and homecomings, songs that braided hope and memory into something strong enough to weather the emptiest hours. Sometimes she would take out the small bird carving, the one Leif had made her so many seasons ago, and turn it over and over in her hands, feeling the smoothness of it, the places where his fingers had shaped the wood with care and longing. It felt almost warm sometimes, as if it remembered too. The village bustled around her, full of its own tides of joy and sorrow. Children were born, and elders passed into the earth. Ships came and went, markets were held, songs sung, marriages celebrated. Life moved, always forward, even as the heart sometimes ached to hold it still. Astrid lived inside that motion with a kind of quiet fierceness. She planted seeds and sang songs and mended clothes. She wrapped her child in thick cloaks against the evening chill. She gathered herbs at the edge of the woods, teaching small, patient hands how to recognize the ones that healed and the ones that harmed. She laughed with her friends around the fires, shared stories and bread and the weight of waiting that they all knew too well. And always, she carried Leif with her in the way she tended the fire each night, making sure the coals would survive till morning, in the way she braided her child's hair, whispering the old blessings, in the way she stood on the cliffs. At twilight, her face lifted to the wide, listening sky, her heart sending out its steady, silent call. The seasons turned, the earth ripened and cooled and hardened again. The river swelled and shrank, carrying away the leaves of many autumns. The child grew taller, stronger, braver. They asked more questions about the world, about the stars, about the father whose name was stitched into the very seams of their days. Astrid answered with stories that were soft and shining, stories not of battles or wealth, but of a man who loved with a heart as wide and deep as the sea, who followed the stars and always found his way home. The winters were the hardest, the nights stretched long and cold, the days wrapped in gray mist and heavy skies. The fire became the center of their world then, a small, stubborn sun burning against the darkness. Astrid and the child would huddle close, spinning dreams out of the dancing flames, weaving warmth against the chill outside. And still, through every season, Astrid waited, not with desperation, not with bitterness, but with the kind of waiting that is its own form of living, a waiting woven through with faith, with work, with love so rooted and fierce that no storm, no silence, no stretch of sea could ever tear it loose. And so when, one clear, sharp morning, at the end of a long, hard winter, a shout rose up from the cliffs, a shout that made every heart in the village leap and every hand drop its work. Astrid knew. She knew before she even heard the words, before the runners came pounding through the streets, their breathless cries breaking against the morning air, before she saw the sails blooming on the horizon like small, brave promises. She knew. She gathered the child in her arms, not as a reflex, but as a gathering of all the years and nights and hopes folded into this one single moment. And she ran. The beach was already filling with people, their faces upturned, hands shading their eyes against the rising sun. Voices buzzed, high and sharp with hope and disbelief and memory. Astrid pushed her way forward, her heart hammering in her chest, her breath coming in short, hot gasps. And then she saw it, the ships, closer now, their hulls riding low with the weight of all they carried. Goods, treasures, stories, men, and there, at the prow of the nearest one, a figure standing tall, hand lifted high, eyes scanning the crowd. Leif, older, perhaps, his hair touched with more silver, his shoulders bearing the weight of all the miles he had crossed. But his face, oh, his face, was unchanged in the ways that mattered. His eyes burned with the same fierce light, his mouth curved with the same small, certain smile that had anchored her through so many storms. Astrid stepped forward, the world falling away around her, the sound of the sea roaring in her ears. And when his gaze found hers, clear across the swelling tide, clear across all the years and fears and waiting. It was as if no time had passed at all. It was as if every heartbeat had been carrying them toward this moment, steady and sure and unbreakable. He leapt from the ship into the shallows, the water splashing up around him, and she was already moving. The child clutched close against her chest, her feet sure and swift over the stones. They met at the edge of the world, the salt spray on their faces, the sky a great, wild cathedral above them. Leif gathered them into his arms, strong and sure, his breath shuddering against her hair. Astrid closed her eyes and pressed her face against his chest, the steady drum of his heart answering the beat of her own. He was home. They were whole, and the world, vast and endless and filled with 1,000 unknowns, felt in that moment as small and tender as a heartbeat held in loving hands. The tide rushed in around them, the village sang behind them, the stars spun patiently overhead, and love, old as the stones, enduring as the sea, wrapped itself around them once more, soft and sure and everlasting. Night fell slowly over the village, folding itself around the houses and fields like a great, soft cloak. The fires burned low and warm, their light flickering across faces worn by joy and long journeys. The stars came out one by one, pricking the sky with their cold, steady brilliance. The same stars that had guided Leif home, the same stars Astrid had watched through so many quiet, waiting nights. Inside their small house by the sea, the hearth glowed gently, casting a pool of golden light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Astrid moved through the room, her touch brushing over each familiar thing. The rough woven blankets, the carved wooden stools, the worn threshold smoothed by countless steps. Each small thing seemed to shine with a quiet gratitude, as if the house itself breathed easier now. Full again, Leif sat by the fire, the child cradled against him, their small body already slack with the heavy sleep that comes after a day too full for words. His hand moved slowly over the child's back, a touch more memory than motion. His eyes half closed, his mouth softened into a smile that only deepened with each breath he took. Astrid settled beside him, her body curving naturally into the space at his side, her head resting against his shoulder, her hand finding his as easily as water finds the shore. For a while they sat in silence, letting the warmth of the fire, the rhythm of their breathing, and the slow spinning of the world lull them deeper into stillness. Outside, the sea sighed against the rocks, a low and endless whisper, the voice of the earth itself remembering and forgetting, loving and letting go. Astrid closed her eyes and let the sound wash over her. Let it thread itself through her bones. Let it carry away the last shreds of worry and waiting that had clung to her heart. Leif's presence beside her was so solid, so sure, that she felt the earth tilt itself a little more kindly under her feet. There would be days ahead, full of work and noise and new beginnings. There would be nights when the wind would howl again against the door, when the fire would gutter low, and the world would seem wide and uncertain once more. But for now, there was this, a home stitched back together with laughter and tears, a child safe and dreaming, cradled between them, a love deep enough to span oceans and seasons and all the silences between. The fire crackled softly, throwing shadows against the walls, long, slow-moving shapes that danced together, weaving stories old as time. Astrid felt her body grow heavier, the pull of sleep, a gentle hand at the edge of her mind. She heard Leif's breath deepen, felt the child shift slightly with a small, contented sigh, and she knew in the marrow of her bones that they were not alone, that they were part of a long, unbroken chain stretching back through the years, through the countless lives that had loved and lost and loved again beneath these same stars. She knew that the sea would always call, that the winds would always carry away some part of those they loved. But she also knew that love, true, patient, stubborn love, would always be a fire waiting to be found again. Always. She drifted slowly, sweetly, into sleep, the warmth of her family wrapping around her like a second skin, the beat of their hearts, a lullaby older than words. Outside, the world breathed with them, the sea, the earth, the sky, carrying their dreams out into the vastness, carrying them home again. The stars turned, slow and sure, keeping their silent, faithful watch. The tide whispered its endless song against the shore, and in the small house by the sea, under the soft, patient eyes of the night, love held fast, soft and steady, a flame that no storm could extinguish, a song that no distance could silence, a dream that would never end. And all was well, all was well, all was well. The morning crept gently into the house, wrapping everything in a soft, silvery light. The fire had burned down to a nest of warm embers, casting a faint glow against the stone hearth. Outside, the world was hushed in that brief, sacred moment between dark and dawn, when everything holds its breath. Astrid stirred first, her hand resting lightly against Leif's chest, feeling the slow, steady rise and fall of his breathing. She did not move, not yet. She wanted to memorize this, the warmth of him, the way their child's small hand was curled between them, the way the quiet wrapped itself around their little family like a blessing. Eventually, Leif blinked awake, his blue eyes soft with the haziness of sleep. He smiled, that small, familiar smile that had carried her through so many long months, and tightened his arm around her shoulders. They lay there for a while longer, the world outside blooming into sound and color around them, the gulls crying overhead, the gentle slap of the waves against the shore, the faint creak of a cart's wheels over the frozen ground. It was the kind of morning that asked nothing of them except to exist, to breathe, to feel the miracle of another day unfurling around them. When they finally rose, they moved slowly through the familiar rituals of life. Astrid stoked the fire back to life, filling the house with warmth. Leif fetched water from the well, his boots crunching over the frosted ground, the pale light making the mist of his breath shimmer like a ghost. The child woke with a bright, sleepy laugh, tumbling into Astrid's arms and pressing their cold nose against her neck. She bundled them close, whispering promises of warm bread and sweet berries, of a day filled with the kind of small adventures that knit memories into a life. Breakfast was simple: thick slices of bread slathered with honey from the hives that buzzed lazily in the warmer months, a little cheese, a handful of the last stored berries from the previous season. They ate with the easy pleasure of people who understood how to savor what the earth gave them, however small. Later, they ventured outside, the sun climbing higher, softening the hard edges of the land. The villagers were already busy, mending nets, airing out their homes after the long winter, tending to the animals that had endured the cold months in small, smoky barns. There was a rhythm to it all, a deep, grounding hum of life, continuing as it had for generations. Leif fell into step with the other men, helping to pull a new boat from the winter shed, the wood creaking and groaning as it slid over the frozen earth. His laughter, full and easy, rose up into the brightening sky. Astrid joined the other women in the field by the woods, gathering the first tender shoots of spring greens. Her hands sure and quick, the child darted between them, chasing a clumsy brown dog that yipped and tumbled with uncontainable joy. It was a day woven from simple, perfect threads. At midday, Astrid and Leif met by the old well at the center of the village, their baskets full, their faces flushed from the crisp air and the pleasure of work well done. They sat together on the low stone wall, sharing bits of cheese and sweet bread. The child nestled between them, sleepy and warm. Leif brushed a curl from Astrid's forehead, his touch lingering, his gaze full of something deeper than words. She smiled up at him, and for a moment the world seemed to slow, to settle into a quiet, tender stillness around them. It was in these small, ordinary moments that their love lived most fiercely, not in grand gestures or heroic declarations, but in the simple act of choosing each other again and again with every sunrise. The afternoon stretched out lazily. They returned to their home, moving through the comfortable, familiar dance of daily life. Leif worked on repairing a fishing net by the door, his hands steady and patient. Astrid sorted through her stores, making careful notes of what needed to be gathered, what needed to be planted. The child napped, curled up in a shaft of sunlight like a kitten, their small body rising and falling with the slow tide of dreams as the sun slipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in soft bands of pink and gold. Astrid began preparing the evening meal. The rich smell of stew filled the house, wrapping around them in a comforting embrace. They ate together, the fire crackling, the windows glowing soft against the deepening blue of the evening. Afterward, Leif lifted the child onto his shoulders, their small hands tangled in his hair, their laughter ringing out as he carried them outside into the cool twilight. Astrid followed, her heart swelling at the sight of them, silhouetted against the glowing sky, her whole world framed in light and love. They stood together at the edge of the village, looking out across the darkening sea, the stars beginning to prick the velvet sky. The child pointed upward, small voice full of wonder. "Look, Mama. Look, Papa. A star." Astrid smiled, slipping her hand into Leif's. "Make a wish," she whispered. The child closed their eyes tightly, face scrunched in concentration. Leif squeezed Astrid's hand, and in the hush of the twilight, with the sea breathing behind them and the stars unfurling their ancient song overhead, they made their own silent wishes too, for more days like this, for safe voyages and swift returns, for love that endured every storm, for home, always, always home. The star spun gently on, patient and sure. The sea whispered its endless lullaby against the shore, and the little house by the sea waited quietly, its heart full and warm, cradling all their dreams in the soft, eternal arms of night. The morning crept gently into the house, wrapping everything in a soft, silvery light. The fire had burned down to a nest of warm embers, casting a faint glow against the stone hearth. Outside, the world was hushed in that brief, sacred moment between dark and dawn, when everything holds its breath. Astrid stirred first, her hand resting lightly against Leif's chest, feeling the slow, steady rise and fall of his breathing. She did not move, not yet. She wanted to memorize this, the warmth of him, the way their child's small hand was curled between them, the way the quiet wrapped itself around their little family like a blessing. Eventually, Leif blinked awake, his blue eyes soft with the haziness of sleep. He smiled, that small, familiar smile that had carried her through so many long months, and tightened his arm around her shoulders. They lay there for a while longer, the world outside blooming into sound and color around them, the gulls crying overhead, the gentle slap of the waves against the shore, the faint creak of a cart's wheels over the frozen ground. It was the kind of morning that asked nothing of them except to exist, to breathe, to feel the miracle of another. day unfurling around them. When they finally rose, they moved slowly through the familiar rituals of life. Astrid stoked the fire back to life, filling the house with warmth. Leif fetched water from the well, his boots crunching over the frosted ground, the pale light making the mist of his breath shimmer like a ghost. The child woke with a bright, sleepy laugh, tumbling into Astrid's arms and pressing their cold nose against her neck. She bundled them close, whispering promises of warm bread and sweet berries, of a day filled with the kind of small adventures that knit memories into a life. Breakfast was simple: thick slices of bread slathered with honey from the hives that buzzed lazily in the warmer months, a little cheese, a handful of the last stored berries from the previous season. They ate with the easy pleasure of people who understood how to savor what the earth gave them, however small. Later, they ventured outside, the sun climbing higher, softening the hard edges of the land. The villagers were already busy, mending nets, airing out their homes after the long winter, tending to the animals that had endured the cold months in small, smoky barns. There was a rhythm to it all, a deep, grounding hum of life, continuing as it had for generations. Leif fell into step with the other men, helping to pull a new boat from the winter shed, the wood creaking and groaning as it slid over the frozen earth. His laughter, full and easy, rose up into the brightening sky. Astrid joined the other women in the field by the woods, gathering the first tender shoots of spring greens. Her hands sure and quick, the child darted between them, chasing a clumsy brown dog that yipped and tumbled with uncontainable joy. It was a day woven from simple, perfect threads. At midday, Astrid and Leif met by the old well at the center of the village, their baskets full, their faces flushed from the crisp air and the pleasure of work well done. They sat together on the low stone wall, sharing bits of cheese and sweet bread. The child nestled between them, sleepy and warm. Leif brushed a curl from Astrid's forehead, his touch lingering, his gaze full of something deeper than words. She smiled up at him, and for a moment the world seemed to slow, to settle into a quiet, tender stillness around them. It was in these small, ordinary moments that their love lived most fiercely, not in grand gestures or heroic declarations, but in the simple act of choosing each other again and again with every sunrise. The afternoon stretched out lazily. They returned to their home, moving through the comfortable, familiar dance of daily life. Leif worked on repairing a fishing net by the door, his hands steady and patient. Astrid sorted through her stores, making careful notes of what needed to be gathered, what needed to be planted. The child napped, curled up in a shaft of sunlight like a kitten, their small body rising and falling with the slow tide of dreams as the sun slipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in soft bands of pink and gold. Astrid began preparing the evening meal. The rich smell of stew filled the house, wrapping around them in a comforting embrace. They ate together, the fire crackling, the windows glowing soft against the deepening blue of the evening. Afterward, Leif lifted the child onto his shoulders, their small hands tangled in his hair, their laughter ringing out as he carried them outside into the cool twilight. Astrid followed, her heart swelling at the sight of them, silhouetted against the glowing sky, her whole world framed in light and love. They stood together at the edge of the village, looking out across the darkening sea, the stars beginning to prick the velvet sky. The child pointed upward, small voice full of wonder. "Look, Mama! Look, Papa! A star!" Astrid smiled, slipping her hand into Leif's. "Make a wish," she whispered. The child closed their eyes tightly, face scrunched in concentration. Leif squeezed Astrid's hand, and in the hush of the twilight, with the sea breathing behind them and the stars unfurling their ancient song overhead, they made their own silent wishes too, for more days like this, for safe voyages and swift returns, for love that endured every storm, for home, always, always home. The stars spun gently on, patient and sure. The sea whispered its endless lullaby against the shore, and the little house by the sea waited quietly, its heart full and warm, cradling all their dreams in the soft, eternal arms of night. Part 9. Are 1,000 words complete? Say next. Whenever you're ready for Part 10 to continue, we'll keep building it slowly, beautifully, as you asked. You said, next ChatGPT said, the days slipped past like the slow drift of a boat on a wide, calm river. Each morning unfolded with the same gentle rituals, the stoking of the fire, the warm bread on the table, the sleepy tangle of arms and legs as the family stirred from their dreams into the soft light of a new day. Astrid found herself cherishing even the smallest moments more deeply than she ever had before. The way Leif's laughter rumbled low in his chest when the child wrapped themselves around his leg, demanding to be carried. The way the child's hair caught the afternoon sun, turning it to spun gold. The way the breeze carried the scent of the sea through the open windows, mixing with the comforting smells of baking bread and drying herbs. There was no rush in these days, no urgent need to mark time or accomplish great things. It was enough simply to be, to sit together by the fire, to watch the clouds roll in from the ocean, to listen to the gulls cry, and the waves breathe their slow, endless rhythm. The child grew stronger with each passing season, their legs carrying them farther along the winding paths of the village, their questions growing sharper, their laughter richer. They were a curious soul, full of wonder at the world, and Astrid and Leif took joy in answering each earnest question, no matter how many times it was asked. Why does the sea sing, Mama? Because it remembers every story ever told to it, Astrid would say, brushing the hair from the child's brow. How far do the stars go, Papa? As far as dreams can reach, Leif would answer, lifting the child into his arms and spinning them slowly under the endless velvet sky. Spring deepened into summer, and the fields around the village grew wild and thick with green. The river ran fast and bright, carrying the melted snows down from the mountains. The boats went out often now, their sails swelling proudly against the warm, steady winds. Sometimes Leif would join them, gone for a day or two, his absence a soft ache in the house, but he always returned, his arms full of fish, his face full of stories, his heart full of the quiet, steadfast love that tethered him firmly to Astrid and their child. In the evenings, after the work was done, and the heat of the day softened into a cool, fragrant dusk, they would sit together outside their home. Astrid would weave small baskets from rushes gathered by the river. Leif would carve little toys from scraps of wood, birds, fish, tiny boats that the child would float in puddles after the rain. They would talk of simple things, the best places to find wild berries, the first signs of autumn creeping into the trees, the dreams they had for the future, always the future, not in grand, far-off ways, but in the tender mapping of days yet to come. We'll build another room on the house next year, Leif mused one evening, running a hand over the child's tousled hair as they leaned sleepily against his side. Astrid smiled, tying off the end of her weaving with a quick, sure motion. And maybe a little garden for herbs, she said, and a place for the bees. They planned not for riches or glory, but for roots, for the steady, unremarkable things that made a life full. As the nights grew longer again, the village began its slow preparation for the coming autumn, harvesting the last of the crops, drying fish and meat, mending cloaks and boots for the cold months ahead. Astrid moved through the work with a deep, quiet satisfaction. There was something deeply right in the rhythm of it, the gathering in, the making ready, the honoring of the cycle that had sustained their people for generations. One evening, when the first real chill of autumn brushed the air, they gathered with the rest of the village for a feast, a celebration of the harvest, a giving of thanks for all the good the earth had provided. Torches blazed along the beach, casting golden light across the water. Tables were piled high with roasted meats, fresh bread, berries gleaming like jewels, great wheels of cheese. The air rang with music, pipes and drums, and the low, sweet hum of voices raised in song. Astrid watched the child dance barefoot in the sand, their small body alight with joy, their laughter pealing out into the night like bells. Leif came to stand beside her, slipping his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Together, They watched, their hearts full and tender. "This," Leif said quietly, his voice barely carrying over the sound of the drums. "This is all I ever wanted." Astrid leaned her head against his shoulder, feeling the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. "All I ever needed," she whispered. They stood like that as the night unfolded around them, the firelight painting the faces of friends and family, the stars spilling their cold silver over the dark water, the music twining through the cool, sweet air. And in that moment, Astrid felt it again, that deep, unshakable certainty that they were exactly where they were meant to be. The world was wide and wild and often uncertain. Storms would come, winds would change, children would grow and sail beyond the horizon. But love, real love, was a harbor, fire burning in the dark, a hand reaching through the storms. Home was not a place on any map. Home was this, a child's laughter ringing across the sand, a warm arm around her shoulders, a heart beating in time with her own, a sky full of ancient, patient stars, watching it all with quiet, endless wonder. And Astrid knew, as surely as she knew the pull of the tide or the turn of the seasons, that whatever paths tomorrow might bring, they would always find their way back to this, to each other, to home. The cool breath of autumn deepened with each passing day, tinting the trees along the hills in strokes of gold, amber, and red so vivid they seemed to glow even under cloudy skies. The mornings arrived slower now, draped in mist, the earth cool and damp beneath Astrid's boots as she moved through her small tasks, wrapping herself tighter in her thick woolen cloak. Life in the village shifted to meet the season's demands. Wood was stacked high against the houses, roofs were checked and mended, livestock herded closer to the warmth of home. There was a seriousness to the work, but also a kind of solemn joy, the deep satisfaction of preparing, of honoring the old promises made to survive another winter. Astrid found peace in the steadiness of it all. There was no rush, only the sure, patient rhythm of hands weaving, mending, gathering, building. The child followed her like a little shadow, helping in ways both useful and not, carrying small bundles of sticks, dropping apples from the basket, their laughter brightening the misty mornings. Leif, too, seemed to move with an ease that had grown into him over these years of homecoming. His strength had not faded, but there was a greater stillness to him now. Not weariness, but a kind of rootedness, as though the long miles he had once carried in his bones had finally settled into the rich soil of home. In the evenings, afters, the day's labors were put to rest, and the fire danced its soft light across the walls. They would gather in the low warmth of their home. The child would nestle between them, their small body heavy with sleep, and Astrid would hum old songs, songs without beginning or end, songs that seemed stitched into the very stones of the hearth. Sometimes Leif would tell tales of his youth, of distant shores and strange stars. But more often now, he spoke of simpler things: the curve of the river near the woods, the sound of the wind across the fields at night, the perfect silence of snow falling on a sleeping world. Astrid listened, her head resting lightly against his shoulder, feeling the weight and wonder of these shared moments settling into her like the slow, soft drift of snow. One evening, when the first true frost glittered over the fields and the moon hung low and full in the sky, Astrid and Leif stood outside their home after putting the child to bed. The night was so quiet, it seemed almost sacred. The breath of the sea, a slow, steady heartbeat against the stillness. They did not speak at first. They simply stood there, side by side, watching the stars open their cold, brilliant eyes above them. After a time, Leif reached for her hand, his fingers wrapping around hers in a familiar, grounding touch. "Do you ever wonder," he said softly, "how many more seasons we will see together?" Astrid smiled, her breath curling into the cold air. "I wonder," she said, but not with fear. He turned to look at her, the firelight from the window catching in his hair, gilding the lines that time had carved gently into his face. "I only know," she continued, her voice barely louder than the whispering tide, "that every season with you is enough, whether it is one more or 100. Leif's hand tightened around hers, and he brought it to his lips, pressing a kiss against the back of it, a slow, reverent touch that said all the things that words could not. They stood there until the cold began to creep into their bones, until the weight of the night coaxed them back inside. The fire welcomed them with its soft, crackling arms, the house warm and alive around them. Later, after the fire had been banked and the child had curled deeper into their dreams, Astrid lay awake beside Leif, her hand resting lightly over his heart. She listened to the slow, steady rhythm of his breathing, the strong, quiet pulse beneath her palm, and she thought about how life was never measured in the grand, shining moments the old songs spoke of. It was measured here, in the steady breathing of someone you loved beside you, in the small, warm weight of a child's arm flung across your middle in sleep, in the hush of the world outside your door, patient and vast and full of unseen mercies. She thought about the seasons ahead, winters and springs yet to come, summers stretched out under endless skies, and she smiled. Whatever they would face, whatever changes the slow river of time would bring, they would meet them as they always had, side by side, hands joined, hearts steadfast. Outside, the sea whispered its endless lullaby against the stones. The stars spun on, tireless and silent, weaving their patient, silver dance across the sky, and In the little house by the shore, under the soft, watching gaze of the night, Astrid drifted into sleep, deep and sure, cradled by love, by memory, by the steady, unwavering promise of home. The first snow came earlier than expected that year, soft and thick, blanketing the village, in a hush so deep it seemed the whole world was holding its breath. The roofs of the houses sagged under the weight of it, and the paths between them disappeared into soft, white trails where only a few careful footprints marked the way. Astrid woke to the quiet brightness of it, the whole house filled with the kind of soft light that comes only from a fresh fall of snow. She rose slowly, pulling her cloak around her shoulders, and padded to the door. Opening it, she was greeted by a rush of cold air, sharp and clean, and the sight of the world transformed. Every branch, every rooftop, every stone dressed in soft, perfect white. The child stirred awake not long after, their face lighting with wonder as they pressed against the window, their breath misting the glass. Astrid smiled and helped them bundle into thick furs, their small body almost lost in the layers, before setting them loose into the yard, their laughter ringing through the cold, crisp air. Leif joined them soon after, his boots crunching over the snow, his beard dusted with frost. He lifted the child high into the air, their laughter bubbling up like spring water, bright and pure against the stillness. Together they built small, lopsided snow figures, their mittens clumsy, but their spirits high, the shapes leaning and tumbling under their own joyful imperfection. Astrid watched them from the doorway for a long moment, her heart aching in that sweet, sharp way that only comes from loving something so completely that you fear you might be split open by it. She stepped out into the snow, the cold biting at her cheeks, and joined them, her hands helping to shape the snow, her laughter joining theirs as they worked. The day slipped by in a slow, golden way, simple, sweet, etched deep into the memory. As the sun began its early descent and the cold thickened, they retreated into the house, their faces flushed, their clothes heavy with melting snow. Astrid set about preparing the evening meal, the rich smell of a stew filling the warm, cozy space. Leif and the child sprawled near the fire, drying their boots and telling stories. Stories of the northern lights, of Wales as long as 3 houses, of snow so deep it swallowed whole villages in the old, faraway winters. They ate together by the fire, their bellies warmed, their bodies tired in that good, satisfying way that comes from a day well spent. The child leaned heavily against Astrid's side, blinking slowly, fighting the pull of sleep. Later, when the stew pot was scraped clean and the fire banked low to a gentle glow, Astrid carried the sleeping child to their bed, tucking them in with slow, loving hands. She stood for a long moment afterward, watching the peaceful rise and fall of their small chest, feeling the deep, steady beat of gratitude in her own heart. When she returned to the main room, Leif was seated by the fire, a piece of wood in his hands, his knife moving slowly over its surface. Astrid settled into the chair across from him, pulling a thick blanket over her legs, her body still tingling from the cold and the deep satisfaction of the day. "What are you making?" she asked softly. Leif looked up, a small smile touching the corners of his mouth. "A boat," he said simply, "for when they are ready to sail their own rivers and seas." Astrid's throat tightened with a feeling she could not quite name, a fierce, wild pride mixed with the inevitable ache of knowing that time would carry their child forward, outward, away from the safe harbor of their arms. She nodded, her voice catching slightly as she said, "They will need strong hands to guide them." Leif's hands never stopped moving, shaping the small boat with careful patience. "They have them," he said. "Yours, mine." The fire crackled softly between them, the shadows dancing on the walls, weaving the old, familiar story once again of love given and love letting go, of roots and wings, of the slow, tender unfolding of a life. The snow continued to fall outside, thick and silent, wrapping the world in a blanket of soft forgetting, of new beginnings. Later, as they lay curled together beneath the heavy furs, Astrid pressed her hand against Leif's chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. She closed her eyes and listened to the wind outside, to the fire's last soft sigh, to the slow, sure rhythm of a love that had outlasted every season, every storm, every distance. She thought of the child, growing stronger each day. She thought of the years stretching out ahead, full of work and joy and sorrow, full of all the countless, ordinary miracles that made up a life. She thought of the first snow, and the last snow, and all the snows still to come. And she smiled, a slow, sure smile, full of peace. Outside, the night deepened, the stars spinning slow and patient overhead. The sea, hidden now beneath its blanket of ice, whispered still to the shore. And inside the little house by the sea, wrapped in the endless, enduring arms of love, Astrid slept, safe, certain, and cradled gently by the dreaming world. Winter held the village in its quiet, patient arms for many long weeks. The days were short and pale, the sun rising low on the horizon and slipping away almost before the lamps were lit. The nights were deep and endless, filled with the soft sigh of snow falling against the roof, the creak of wood settling under the weight of ice, the low, steady breathing of those sleeping safely within. Astrid found a new rhythm in these long, slow days. There was no need for haste, The world moved in small circles now, from the fire to the loom, from the hearth to the doorway, from a quiet task to a quiet rest. The child, restless at first, soon found joy in the small pleasures of winter, tracing frost patterns on the window panes, helping Leif carve toys from scraps of wood, listening wide-eyed to the old tales told over cups of steaming broth. Each day, when the work was done and the light outside faded into a deep, smoky blue, Astrid would sit by the fire with the child tucked into her side, a heavy blanket over their laps. She would braid their hair with slow, sure fingers, weaving in soft bits of colored thread or tiny beads made from smooth river stones. As she worked, she would tell stories, not grand tales of gods and battles, but smaller, quieter stories of the river that remembered every foot that crossed it, of the mountain that sang to the stars, of the little fox that outran the winter wind. Leif would listen too, his hands busy mending a strap or smoothing the handle of a worn tool, but his eyes always coming back to Astrid and the child, his face open and full of quiet wonder. Some nights, when the snow fell heavy and the house seemed to drift in a sea of white, Leif would pull out his small drum and beat a slow, steady rhythm, soft as a heartbeat. The child would curl closer against Astrid, their eyelids drooping, their breath warm against her skin. It was a time outside of time, a deep and tender pocket of living, where nothing was needed but warmth and patience and love. Sometimes Astrid would rise early before even the faintest hint of dawn touched the edges of the sky. She would wrap herself in her thickest cloak and step outside, her breath a silver cloud in the frozen air. The world would be utterly still. No birds, no wind, only the quiet, profound hush of snow and sky and earth. She would stand for a long time, letting the cold bite her cheeks, feeling the smallness of herself against the vast, waiting sky. And she would think of how many winters had come and gone before her, how many would follow after, how brief and shining each life was, a flare of light and love and laughter stitched into the endless tapestry of the world. She would think of Leif, sleeping warm inside the house, and the child, growing stronger with each breath. She would think of all they had built together, all they had mended, all they had hoped, and she would smile, that small, sure smile that had carried her through every storm. When the thaw finally began, it came with a slow, almost reluctant grace. The snow softened first along the edges of the river, where the current stirred beneath its crust of ice. Small rivulets of water trickled down the village paths, carving new channels through the old, packed snow. The air smelled different, loamy, alive, full of the quiet promise of green things waking far below. the frozen ground. The villagers moved carefully at first, testing the strength of the earth, coaxing the fires higher against the lingering cold. But there was a new energy among them now, a quiet lifting of shoulders, a brightening of eyes. Spring was coming. Astrid began to prepare too, setting aside the heavy furs, mending lighter cloaks, airing out the stores of seeds saved from the last harvest. She and Leif sat together one evening, planning the planting, their heads bent close over a worn piece of parchment. "We'll need more barley this year," Leif said, tapping a calloused finger against the rough sketch of the fields. "And more onions," Astrid added, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "You always eat them before the stores are dry." Leif laughed, a rich, low sound that warmed the room better than any fire. The child, half dozing by the hearth, murmured something sleepy and contented, and Astrid reached out to smooth their hair, her heart swelling with a fierce, tender joy. It was not a grand life they lived. It would never be sung of in the halls of kings or written into the sagas, but it was a good life, a true life, built of simple days and steady love, of small joys gathered carefully against the dark. And that, Astrid thought, was more than enough. As the first true, warm breeze stirred the branches of the trees, as the ice cracked and groaned in the river's slow awakening, as the world stretched itself out once more under the pale, eager sun, Astrid stood on the threshold of their home and breathed in deeply. The earth smelled of new beginnings, of old promises kept. The sea whispered its endless, faithful song against the shore. The stars turned high and patient above, marking the steady, quiet miracle of another year unfolding. And with her family by her side, with her heart stitched full of love and memory and hope, Astrid stepped forward into the light of the new season, her spirit strong, her hands ready, her soul at peace. Spring, when it came, moved like a shy guest through the village, peeking first from beneath melting snowdrifts, whispering softly through the bare trees, stirring the earth awake with trembling hands. Buds swelled along the branches, pale green shoots pushed up bravely from the soil. Birds returned with hesitant songs, testing the morning air. Astrid woke each day to the gentle symphony of the world, stretching and yawning its way back to life. The heavy cloaks were set aside. The windows were unlatched to let the sweet, damp air wander through the house, carrying with it the scent of river water and fresh earth. The child seemed to blossom with the season, their legs stronger, their voice louder, their laughter spilling out across the fields like wildflowers. They chased the dogs through the muddy paths. They gathered armfuls of dandelions to present solemnly to Astrid, as if they were gold. Leif threw himself into the work of the season with a kind of easy joy, mending fences, tilling the fields, repairing the small fishing boats battered by winter's storms. His shoulders carried the labor without strain, and his heart seemed lighter too, buoyed by the long light of the lengthening days, by the simple, grounding satisfaction of work done with his own two hands. Astrid planted seeds with the other women of the village, her hands deep in the cool, living earth. She taught the child the old ways, how to scatter the seeds with a whispered blessing, how to pat the soil down gently, how to trust in the slow magic of growing things. In the evenings, when the day's work was done and the sky blushed with the last pale light, they sat outside their house together, their feet bare against the warm stones, their faces lifted to the gentle twilight. The child would doze in Astrid's lap, thumb tucked into their mouth, while Leif carved small figures from the soft wood of the river trees. Birds, foxes, a boat with its sail unfurled to catch the dreaming wind. Sometimes they spoke, their voices low and easy, drifting like smoke into the night, of the crops, of the coming summer, of the plans for a new shed to be built before next winter. Sometimes they said nothing at all, letting the silence weave itself between them, comfortable and golden. And always, always, the sea sang to them from beyond the fields, a slow, endless song of journeys and homecomings, of losses and finding again, of the great, soft breathing of the world. One soft evening, as the first true warmth of the season settled over the land, Leif rose from his seat and held out his hand to Astrid. She looked up at him, her heart catching a little at the sight of him silhouetted against the sinking sun. Older now, the lines at his eyes deeper, the silver threads brighter in his hair, but no less beautiful, no less beloved. Without a word, she slipped her hand into his. He led her down the narrow path through the fields, the child slumbering safely inside the house, the world around them wrapped in that sacred hush that comes just before the first stars appear. They walked slowly, their fingers intertwined, their bodies brushing with the easy closeness of many years lived side by side. They said nothing because nothing needed to be said. At the crest of the low hill that overlooked the river, they stopped. The water below caught the last of the light, scattering it into shards of gold and fire. The breeze lifted Astrid's hair, brushing it across her cheeks, carrying with it the scent of damp earth, of fresh grass, of the wide, open sea beyond. Leif turned to her, his eyes shining in the twilight. All these years, he said, his voice rough and low, and still you are the greatest thing the gods ever gave me. Astrid felt her throat tighten, a slow, sweet ache blooming in her chest. And you, she whispered, stepping closer, her hand resting against his heart, are the journey I would choose 1,000 times over. They stood there, wrapped in the deepening dusk, the river murmuring below them, the stars kindling one by one in the vast, endless sky. The years ahead would be kind and hard in turns, as they always were. There would be laughter, there would be sorrow. The child would grow and someday would find their own river, their own sea, their own stars to follow. But for now, in this perfect, fleeting moment, there was only this, the steady beat of a heart beneath her palm, the warm strength of a hand holding hers, the endless song of the earth and the sky and the sea cradling them close. Astrid closed her eyes and breathed it in, letting it settle deep into her bones. This was life, this was love, this was home. And in the soft, golden light of the first stars, with the river singing low and sweet beneath them, Astrid and Leif stood side by side, and the world, wide and wild and full of unknowns, felt in that moment as small and safe and eternal as a dream cradled gently in loving hands. Summer ripened slowly, swelling the rivers and softening the hillsides into a patchwork of deep greens and golds. The fields grew thick with barley and rye, the orchards heavy with fruit that bent the branches low. Warm breezes stirred the grasses, carrying with them the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers and the ever-present salt breath of the sea. The village pulsed with a quiet kind of abundance. Children ran barefoot down the dusty paths, their laughter skipping ahead of them like tossed pebbles. The older folk sat in the shade of doorways, weaving baskets and mending nets, their hands as steady as the turning of the seasons. In the midst of it all, Astrid moved easily, gracefully, her days unfolding like petals under the wide sky. She tended the garden behind the house, a small, wild thing full of herbs and vegetables and flowers whose colors bled into the long grasses beyond. She taught the child how to tell the difference between the good leaves and the ones that brought fevers, how to coax a cucumber vine along a trellis, how to hum to the bees so they would not mind your gathering. The child was taller now, their legs strong and sure beneath them, their curiosity boundless. They wandered further from the house with each passing week, their small footprints tracing the riverbanks, their bright voice calling back over their shoulder, "I'll be back before the sun." Astrid watched them go with a heart that ached and sang at the same time, the way a bird's wings must ache and sing when first lifting into flight. Leif worked alongside the other men, his strength still a steady pillar in the life of the village. His hair was more silver now than gold, his hands more lined, but he moved with the same sure purpose as he always had, whether mending a boat, hauling in a heavy catch, or carving a toy boat for the child on a slow evening. In the afternoons, when the heat grew thick and lazy, Astrid and Leif would sit together under the old willow tree by the river. Sometimes they spoke, sometimes they sat in silence, letting the river's song weave its way between them. Their hands often found each other without thinking, fingers twining together like vines, like threads spun long and true. The days felt slow and golden, stitched together with the soft, quiet joy of simple living. One evening, as the sun stretched its last light across the water and the fields shimmered with the low song of crickets, Astrid prepared a small feast, bread baked, golden and crisp, fresh fish roasted over the fire, berries piled high in a wooden bowl, their sweet scent filling the air. It was a celebration of nothing in particular, no harvest, no birth, no return, simply the celebration of being alive, together in a world that had, against all odds, cradled them through another cycle of seasons. The child danced barefoot around the fire, the hem of their tunic fluttering, their laughter lighting the gathering dusk. Astrid clapped along with them, her cheeks flushed, her hair loose and shining in the firelight. Leif watched them both with a heart so full it felt too big for his chest. He rose slowly, reaching out a hand to Astrid. "Dance with me," he said, his voice low and rough, with the soft weight of all their years. Astrid laughed, a bright, pure sound that rang against the twilight. She placed her hand in his, and he spun her gently, her skirts swirling around her legs, her hair catching the last of the sun's light. They moved together in slow circles, the fire painting their faces in gold and shadow. The world beyond, the circle of light falling away until there was only this, the steady beat of their hearts, the soft rhythm of their feet on the earth, the child's laughter like bells in the evening air. When they finally sank back down onto the worn grass, breathless and smiling, Astrid rested her head against Leif's shoulder, her hand resting over his heart. The stars unfolded above them, slow and patient, the first few shy points of light blinking into the deepening sky. Leif pressed a kiss into her hair and whispered, almost to himself, "There is nothing greater than this." Astrid smiled, her eyes fluttering closed, letting the sounds and smells and warmth of the moment sink deep into her bones. Later, they gathered the child between them and walked the short path home, the fire left to burn itself down to embers, the night folding soft around their shoulders. Inside the house, Astrid tucked the child into bed, brushing a kiss across their forehead. She lingered a moment, watching the slow rise and fall of their breath, the way their small fingers curled instinctively into the blankets, the way sleep softened every line of their face. She turned and found Leif, leaning in the doorway, his arms crossed loosely over his chest, his face lit by the faint, warm light of the fire. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other, all the years and miles and hopes stitched silently between them. Then Astrid crossed the room and slipped her hand into his. Without a word, they settled before the fire, the house breathing around them, the world spinning slowly, tenderly, beyond the walls. And as the flames sank low and the stars turned overhead, they leaned into each other, letting the night carry them gently into dreams spun from love, from memory, from the slow, sweet unfolding of a life well and deeply lived. The days stretched lazily onward, each one a soft echo of the one before, and yet somehow each holding its own quiet kind of wonder. Summer ripened fully now, the fields golden with grain, the trees heavy with fruit, the river slow and deep beneath the sun's relentless gaze. Astrid woke earlier than the others most mornings, slipping from the bed with careful steps so as not to disturb the slow breathing of Leif and their child. She would step outside into the cool hush of dawn, the mist still curling low over the earth, the grass damp against her bare feet. She loved this time, the way the world seemed to hold its breath before the heat and bustle of the day began. She would sit by the door, a thick shawl wrapped around her shoulders, and watch the sky turn from soft gray to pale gold, feeling the first tentative warmth brush across her skin. Sometimes Leif would join her, his hair rumpled from sleep, his eyes soft with the simple happiness of finding her there. They would sit in easy silence, their shoulders touching, their hands finding each other's, without thought, sharing the deep, grounding peace that came from having survived so much and still choosing each day to be here. The child grew ever more curious, venturing farther into the fields, into the woods beyond the river, always returning with treasures clutched in their small hands. A stone shaped like a heart, a feather striped black and white, a flower with petals so bright it hurt to look at them. Astrid kept a special shelf by the window now, a place where these treasures lived, a testament to a young heart's wonder at the wide world. One afternoon, the child came running back from the woods, breathless with excitement, their cheeks flushed, their hands waving wildly. "Mama, Papa, come see," laughing. Astrid and Leif followed, their pace easy, their hearts light. The child led them to a clearing just beyond the river, a small hidden place where the grass grew thick and tall, where wildflowers nodded lazily in the breeze, where a great flat stone sat in the center like an altar offered to the sky. Astrid caught her breath at the sight of it, the stone warmed by the sun, the air rich with the scent of clover, the hush of the trees forming a living, breathing wall around them. "It's beautiful," she whispered, crouching to run her fingers over the stone's warm surface. The child beamed, pride shining from their face. "It's our place," they said firmly, "no one else's." Leif smiled, and scooped the child into his arms, spinning them in a slow circle that sent their laughter soaring into the bright, open sky. From that day forward, the clearing became their secret place, a place for slow afternoons stretched out on the warm stone, for telling stories and tracing shapes in the clouds, for weaving daisy chains and whispering wishes into the tall grass. It became, in a quiet way, a second home, a place woven with the soft magic of belonging, of shared dreams, of love growing slow and strong under the open sky. One evening, as the sun poured itself in long ribbons across the fields, and the river gleamed like molten gold, they sat together in their clearing, the child curled sleepily against Astrid's side, Leif's arm draped across her shoulders. The air was thick with the scent of warm earth and ripening fruit, the soft hum of insects, the lazy whisper of the breeze. Astrid tilted her head back and watched the first stars prick the sky. "You ever think," she said softly, "about how far it all stretches? The sky, the river, the world?" Leif followed her gaze upward, his thumb tracing slow circles over the back of her hand. "I used to think I needed to see it all," he said, "to go farther, to find the edges of the world." He turned his head and pressed a kiss to her hair. "But now," he continued, "I think the best parts were always right here, waiting." Astrid closed her eyes for a moment, letting the truth of his words settle into her like a warm, steady heartbeat. She thought about the roads not taken, the ships not sailed, the battles not fought. She thought about the storms weathered, the winters survived, the slow stitching of days into something whole and good. And she thought, too, of the seasons ahead, the child growing taller, the days turning colder again, the slow, inevitable turn of the wheel. She felt no fear. There would be time enough for everything, for growing, for letting go, for remembering. For now, there was this, the steady weight of Leif's arm around her, the child's soft breath against her side, the hush of the river, the endless spinning of the stars. Astrid breathed in the scent of grass and stone and summer. She smiled. They would build more memories here. They would gather more seasons, weave more days into the tapestry of their lives. And when the time came, when the wheel turned once more, they would have this clearing, this river, this endless sky, stitched forever into the very fabric of who they were. The stars spun slowly above them, the river sang quietly below, and the little clearing, hidden from the world, and yet at the very heart of it, cradled them in its soft, green hands, keeping their dreams safe for all the seasons yet to come. As the seasons tilted once again, the days began to shorten almost imperceptibly. The golden afternoons still stretched wide, but there was a new softness to the light now, a gentler touch to the sun, as if it too were growing tired and ready to rest. The fields, once lush and bursting with green, faded into paler shades. The wheat bowed low under its own weight, heavy with promise. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the faint, sharp scent of turning leaves. Even the river seemed to slow, its wide surface catching the sky in long, languid reflections. Astrid moved through these days with a deeper stillness inside her. There was a comfort in the way the earth prepared itself for rest, a reminder that every living thing had its rhythm, its time to work and its time to yield. The child, now taller and stronger than ever, spent their afternoons in the clearing beyond the river, often lost in long, imaginative games among the tall grasses. Sometimes Astrid and Leif would sit nearby, their backs against the warm stone, watching quietly as the child built little forts from fallen branches or chased after the drifting seed puffs that floated like tiny stars across the fields. It amazed Astrid sometimes how life moved so steadily forward without fanfare. The child growing taller, the seasons turning, the river finding its way to the sea again and again. It was all so simple and so extraordinary. On one particularly soft evening, with the first edges of autumn beginning to blush the tips of the trees, Astrid and Leif sat side by side in their clearing, a small basket of late summer apples between them. The child was farther down by the river, skipping stones across the slow-moving water, their laughter blending with the murmuring current. Astrid bit into an apple, the juice sweet and sharp on her tongue, and leaned her head against Leif's shoulder. He turned slightly, pressing a kiss into her hair, a touch so familiar and so tender that it made her chest ache in the sweetest way. Another harvest soon, he murmured. Astrid nodded, feeling the deep hum of the earth's turning in her bones. And another winter, and another spring. Leif chuckled, a sound low and warm, and then another summer, and so it goes. Astrid smiled, her eyes drifting closed for a moment. It was easy to forget, sometimes, how precious the ordinary days were. Easy to imagine that life was made of the big moments, births, journeys, celebrations, when in truth it was stitched together from 1,000 soft, quiet afternoons like this one, days when the light was just right, when the people you loved were close enough to touch, when the world, wide and wild and ever turning, paused just long enough for you to feel the deep, true weight of being alive. As the sky deepened from gold to soft purple, and the first cool breath of evening touched the back of her neck, Astrid opened her eyes and watched the child crouch by the river's edge, intent on building a small dam from stones and sticks. Leif followed her gaze, his hand coming to rest lightly on her knee. "They are growing fast," he said quietly. Astrid nodded, a small knot forming in her chest. Not sadness exactly, but something close. A bittersweet awareness of time slipping by, of how each moment, no matter how tightly held, would inevitably float away like leaves on the river. "They'll have their own voyages one day," she said, her voice steady despite the ache beneath it. "Their own storms and shores." Leif's grip on her knee tightened just slightly. "And they'll find their way home," he said, the certainty in his voice a steady, anchoring thing. "They'll always know where home is." Astrid leaned into him, drawing strength from his warmth, from the quiet, unshakable faith that lived in his bones. They sat there until the last of the light slipped behind the hills, until the child came running back, cheeks flushed, arms full of treasures, smooth river stones, a feather so white it seemed almost to glow, a handful of late-blooming wildflowers. Astrid gathered them all close, pressing kisses into damp hair, brushing stray bits of grass from muddy knees. She listened as the child chattered about adventures and discoveries, their voice animated, their hands flying, and in the soft, gathering dark, she felt a peace settle into her, deep and full. Life would move forward as it always did. The child would grow, would chase their dreams across fields and seas, far beyond this little clearing. The days would grow colder, then warmer again, then colder once more. The river would flow, the stars would turn, but the love woven into these days, slow, patient, fierce, and tender, would endure, stitched forever into the fabric of the world. And so, gathering the child into her arms and rising slowly with Leif's steady hand in hers, Astrid made her way home through the twilight, her heart full of gratitude for the ordinary, sacred wonder of it all. Behind them, the river whispered its endless song. Above them, the stars blinked patiently awake, and around them, the wide, breathing earth held them close, cradling their dreams in its deep and endless hands. Autumn deepened its hold on the village, painting the world in shades of copper and fire. The trees flamed red and gold against the low, smoky skies, and the air grew crisp enough that each breath rose in a fine, silver mist. The earth smelled rich and damp, a scent of endings and beginnings folded together. Astrid pulled her thicker shawls from their chest and laid them over the beds at night, smiling at the familiar weight of them, at the way they seemed to invite longer, slower mornings curled under their warmth. The fire burned almost constantly now, a steady heartbeat at the center of their home, its crackling voice filling the quiet spaces between words. The child, tireless and curious, helped gather wood for the winter, their small arms straining against the bundles, but their face bright with pride. They spent hours with Leif, learning how to stack the logs just right, how to split kindling with a quick, sharp tap, how to listen to the hollow song of dry wood ready for the fire. Astrid watched them with a heart so full it seemed to press against her ribs. Every small skill learned, every story shared around the hearth, every ordinary afternoon stitched another thread into the deep, strong fabric of their family. One afternoon, as the last of the apples were being harvested from the trees along the edge of the fields, Astrid found herself sitting alone beneath one of the old, gnarled branches. A basket of apples rested beside her, half full, and her hands moved slowly, almost absently, through the work. Above her, the wind stirred the leaves, sending them whispering and spinning to the ground in slow, graceful spirals. She watched them fall, feeling the soft tug of memory of other autumns, of other falls of leaves, of years when the weight of waiting for Leif had been almost too much to carry. Now he was here. Now the waiting was over, and their lives had spun outward from that long ago yearning into something richer, fuller, deeper than she had dared imagine. She closed her eyes and tilted her face toward the low sun, letting its thin warmth settle on her skin. The years ahead would bring their own challenges. She knew that. Nothing stayed unchanged. Children grew, bodies aged, seasons turned, whether the heart was ready or not. But beneath all that change was something steady, something unshakable, a love that had endured oceans and winters and the long silence of waiting, a love that had been built patiently, day after day, from the small, steady kindnesses of ordinary living. A shadow fell across her face, and she opened her eyes to find Leif standing over her, a basket of his own in hand, his eyes soft and shining. He set the basket down and lowered himself carefully onto the ground beside her, his knees creaking just a little. A new sound, one they both noticed, but neither spoke of. He leaned back against the tree with a long, slow sigh, stretching his legs out before him. For a time, they simply sat there together, the baskets of apples forgotten, the breeze moving gently through the golden world around them. Astrid reached out and found his hand, weaving her fingers through his, feeling the familiar strength of him, the quiet way he anchored her, even when no words passed between them. "We've had a good harvest," she said eventually, her voice barely louder than the rustle of the leaves. Leif squeezed her hand gently. In more ways than one, she smiled, a soft, tired, deeply content smile. Their child's laughter drifted to them from farther down the field, where they played among the rows of trees, gathering fallen leaves into great piles and leaping into them with wild abandon. Astrid turned her head slightly, resting it against Leif's shoulder, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. She thought about how many harvests they might still share, how many winters they would watch roll in across the hills, how many fires they would light together against the dark. And she thought, too, of the inevitable day when the child would lift their own sails and chase their own horizons, not out of need or loss, but because that, too, was part of love, setting free what you had spent your whole life nurturing. But for now, there was only this, the warm weight of Leif's hand in hers, the scent of apples and earth and wood smoke, the low sun painting the world in gold, and the deep, slow knowledge that whatever lay ahead, they would face it as they always had, together. The wind stirred the branches above them, sending a shower of leaves tumbling down like blessings, like memories, like promises. Leif lifted their joined hands and pressed a kiss to the back of Astrid's. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of it, letting it settle into her bones. Around them, the earth spun steadily on, patient and sure. The river murmured its endless song beyond the trees, and above them, the stars began to bloom, one by one, in the darkening sky, ancient and enduring and full of silent, endless grace. The first true chill of late autumn crept in overnight, settling into the bones of the earth and leaving a fine silver frost on the fields by morning. The air smelled sharper now, cleaner, emptier, as if the world itself was slowly exhaling, preparing for its long, quiet rest. Astrid rose early, the house still dim and cool around her. She moved through the familiar motions, feeding the fire back to life, warming a pot of broth over the flames, pulling thick woolen socks over the child's small feet where they dangled from the edge of the bed. There was a kind of peace in these colder mornings, in the slow gathering of warmth against the outside chill, in the simple work of keeping the home alive and breathing through the coming dark. Leif joined her soon after, his hands rough with sleep, his hair tousled, his face open and easy, with the comfort of being exactly where he was meant to be. They shared a quiet smile over steaming mugs of broth, the kind that said everything without a single word spoken. The child stirred later, blinking sleepily against the cold air, before burrowing deeper into the furs, their small body still unwilling to fully surrender the warmth of sleep. Astrid sat by the hearth, a basket of mending at her feet, her needle flashing in the firelight. She listened to the gentle sounds of the morning, the low murmur of Leif repairing a cracked chair leg, the crackle of the fire as it grew stronger, the child's soft breathing settling into wakefulness. Outside, the village moved slowly too. A figure passed now and then along the path, bundled thick against the biting wind, their breath rising in white puffs. The animals were quieter, their movements slower, more deliberate, as if they too felt the change pressing down from the sky. By midday, the sun barely lifted its face above the hills, casting long, thin shadows that stretched like reaching hands across the hardening ground. Astrid wrapped the child well and took them outside, their small mittened hand tucked firmly into hers. They walked slowly through the village, exchanging nods and brief words with neighbors who were themselves busy making final preparations, repairing roofs, gathering the last of the root vegetables, stacking the last of the firewood. The world smelled of smoke and cold earth, a scent that was somehow both harsh and deeply comforting. It was the smell of survival, of endurance. Astrid and the child made their way toward the river, their boots crunching over the frost-hardened grass. The water moved sluggishly now, heavy with the first thin skins of ice forming along the edges. A few stubborn geese flapped noisily across the surface, their bodies low and awkward against the gathering cold. They reached their clearing, the little hidden place that had become their sanctuary, and Astrid paused, looking out over the field, now stripped of its bright summer coat. Only the skeletal arms of wildflowers remained, their seed heads bent low under the weight of frost. The stone at the center of the clearing was rimmed in white, the sun catching the frozen edges and making them gleam like glass. The child broke free of her hand with a squeal, running ahead to touch the stone, their mittened hands slapping against the cold surface. Astrid smiled and followed, sitting carefully at the stone's edge, brushing aside a thin dusting of frost to find the rough, familiar warmth beneath. She watched the child play, chasing after their breath as it puffed into the air, laughing at the small clouds they created. She tucked her hands into her sleeves and tilted her face toward the pale sun, feeling its weak warmth kiss her skin. Leif arrived a short while later, a satchel slung over his shoulder, his face pink from the wind. He settled beside her with a grunt, the old familiar sounds of age beginning to weave themselves into his movements, a stiffness in the knees, a softness in the joints. Astrid leaned into him, resting her head briefly against his shoulder. Together, they watched the child build small towers of frosted stones, their concentration fierce, their joy simple and complete. This, Leif said quietly after a time, is the heart of it all, isn't it? Astrid nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. Not the grand voyages, not the great halls or the songs sung by others, but this small, quiet miracle of belonging, of roots sunk deep into the earth, of hands held through every storm. The sun slipped lower, the sky turning that deep, endless shade of blue that only came with winter's approach. Stars began to prick through the thin veil of day, bold even before the sun was fully gone. Astrid rose and called gently to the child, who came running back, their cheeks flushed, their arms full of frosted leaves and treasures gathered from the sleeping field. They walked home slowly, the path shining faintly under the rising moon, the lights of the village twinkling ahead of them like a constellation brought down to earth. Inside the house, the fire welcomed them with open arms. Astrid set about preparing a thick stew, the rich smell filling the room and chasing away the last of the cold clinging to their cloaks and boots. Leif and the child sat by the hearth, the child leaning sleepily against his side as he carved a new toy. A small fox, its tail curled protectively around its body. When the meal was eaten and the child tucked into bed, Astrid and Leif sat by the fire in the hush of the house, their bodies close, their hearts steady. Outside, winter crept closer with every breath of the wind, every tightening of the earth. But inside, wrapped in warmth and memory and love, Astrid felt no fear. The fire crackled and sang low. The river, hidden now beyond the fields, whispered its slow, frozen song. The stars wheeled above, tireless and ancient, and the little house by the sea, strong and sure against the gathering cold, cradled its family in the deep, tender arms of home. Winter arrived in earnest one morning, quiet and absolute. Astrid woke to a world hushed beneath a heavy blanket of snow. The familiar paths and fields and river banks softened and hidden, as if the earth had folded in on itself, dreaming. The fire had burned low in the hearth during the night, and she rose carefully, adding logs and coaxing the flames back into life. The soft crackle and pop of the wood filled the still house, a sound as comforting as a heartbeat. In the dark, Leif stirred beneath the furs, pulling them tighter against the chill, and the child burrowed deeper into their nest of blankets, only a small tuft of hair visible. Astrid smiled and wrapped her cloak tightly around her shoulders, moving quietly through the small space, tending to the slow, patient work of winter mornings. Outside, the village lay wrapped in silence. Smoke rose lazily from the chimneys, each plume a gray brush stroke against the dull white sky. There were no footsteps yet in the snow, no voices raised in greeting, only the steady, slow breathing of a world at rest. By mid-morning, life stirred again. The village moved carefully through the heavy snow, neighbors calling out offers of help, sharing stores of wood and food, tending to each other the way they always had when the world narrowed itself to survival. Leif helped shovel the paths between the houses, his strong arms swinging the wide-bladed shovel in easy rhythm, his breath rising in white puffs. Astrid watched him from the window as she prepared a simple meal: thick bread, hard cheese, a pot of stew bubbling over the fire. The child woke slowly, rubbing sleep from their eyes with the heels of their hands, their face brightening with delight at the sight of the snow outside. They pressed their nose to the window, their breath fogging the glass, their small hands beating an excited rhythm against the sill. After the meal, they bundled themselves against the cold. Thick cloaks, woolen mittens, fur-lined boots, and ventured out into the transformed world. The child squealed with joy, throwing handfuls of powdery snow into the air, chasing after Leif, who laughed and scooped them up easily, spinning them in dizzying circles. Astrid stood back for a moment, watching, her heart aching with the sharp, sweet pain of it, of this ordinary, extraordinary moment. She tucked the image away carefully, pressing it deep into the folds of memory, a treasure against the long winters yet to come. Later, as the light faded and the snow began again to fall in fine, whispering curtains, they returned home, stamping the clinging powder from their boots, shedding their heavy layers by the door. The house was warm and welcoming, the fire crackling bright. Astrid ladled out bowls of stew, the rich, hearty smell filling the air, and they ate hungrily, the days cold and work burning away with each bite. Afterward, they gathered by the fire, the child curled between them, their small body heavy with the kind of exhaustion that comes only from a day spent in the full embrace of winter's joy. Leif pulled a thick, worn blanket over them all, wrapping them together against the creeping cold that pressed against the windows. He settled back into the chair, the child resting against his chest, Astrid tucked close beneath his arm. The firelight danced over their faces, casting long, soft shadows on the walls, painting the room in gold and deep, comforting shadow. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a deep, profound silence. Inside, time seemed to stretch and slow, the moments unfolding not in hurried beats, but in long, luxurious sighs. Astrid felt the slow rise and fall of Leif's chest beneath her cheek, the soft, even breathing of the child against her side. She let her eyes drift closed, letting herself sink into the deep, warm current of the moment. She thought of all the winters they had weathered before, the ones filled with waiting, with longing, with uncertainty, and she thought of this one, full of warmth, of laughter, of love so steady and sure that even the fiercest storms could not shake it. She thought of the snow piling up against the door, of the stars hidden behind the heavy clouds, of the river sleeping beneath its frozen skin. She thought of the life they had built, slowly, patiently, with hands worn from work and hearts stitched back together with hope. And she smiled, a small, sleepy smile, full of a peace so deep it seemed to settle into the very stones of the house. Outside, the world slept beneath its blanket of white. Inside, the fire burned low and steady, and in the small, sturdy house by the sea, cradled by warmth and memory and the slow, endless turning of love, Astrid drifted into a sleep so soft, so deep, that it seemed the very earth must be singing her dreams into being. The deep winter settled over the village like a thick, patient hand. Days blurred into one another, short and dim, the sun barely lifting itself above the horizon before sinking again into long, endless nights. Snow pressed against the walls of the houses, muffling every sound until the world seemed to pulse with nothing but the heartbeat of the earth itself. Inside their small home, Astrid, Leif, and their child lived wrapped in a cocoon of warmth and stillness. Life became slow and deliberate. Every movement was measured, every task drawn out like a prayer. Mending cloaks by the firelight, spinning wool, boiling broth in heavy iron pots that filled the house with the thick, savory scent of survival. The child grew quieter in these months, their wide eyes often turned toward the frost-cloaked windows, their small hands busy with carving figures from soft wood or stitching simple shapes into scraps of cloth. They asked more questions now, not the bright, endless curiosities of summer, but deeper, softer ones. Why does the world sleep in winter? They asked one evening, curled in Astrid's lap, their breath warm against her throat. Astrid smoothed a hand over their hair, feeling the weight of the question settle between them like a woolen blanket, because even the strongest things need rest, she said, her voice low and slow. The earth, the river, the trees, they gather their strength in the dark so they can bloom again when the light returns. The child thought about this for a long while, their small fingers tracing invisible patterns against the weave of Astrid's sleeve. Do we bloom too? They asked at last, their voice a whisper. Astrid smiled, pressing a kiss against their temple. Every day, she whispered back, in ways so small you may not even notice. But we do, we always do. Leif watched them from his chair by the fire, his carving knife idle in his hands, his heart aching with a deep, quiet joy. Every winter, he thought, every season they endured together, stitched another thread into the tapestry of their lives, strong, sure, unbreakable. At night, after the child had been tucked into bed and the house settled into its slow, breathing stillness, Astrid and Leif would sit together by the fire, their shoulders touching, their hands finding each other's without need for words. Sometimes they spoke in low voices of memories from their youth, of plans for the spring, of dreams half formed and glowing like embers. More often, they simply sat, the silence between them rich and easy, filled with the deep comfort of two souls long since woven together. One night, as the wind howled low and mournful outside, rattling the shutters and making the fire jump in its hearth, Astrid turned to Leif and rested her head against his shoulder. "Do you ever think about the old days?" she asked softly, her voice almost lost in the sound of the storm. Leif chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. "Sometimes," he said, "but mostly I think about now, about you, about this." Astrid closed her eyes, letting his words settle into her bones like warmth. "So much has changed," she murmured, "and yet it feels like we're right where we've always been." Leif pressed a kiss to the crown of her head, his hand tightening around hers. "Because we are," he said, "here, together. That's all that's ever mattered." The fire crackled low. The wind sang its cold, endless song beyond the walls, and Astrid let herself drift in the quiet safety of his embrace, her heart wrapped in the steady, tender rhythm of their life. In the deepest part of the winter, when the nights were at their longest and the snow lay heavy on the roofs, the village would gather in the great hall, a tradition as old as any living soul could remember. They would bring what they could: preserved meats, dried berries, root vegetables stored carefully through the cold months, and they would feast and sing and tell stories late into the night, driving back the darkness with laughter and song. Astrid, Leif, and their child wrapped themselves in their warmest cloaks and made the slow, careful trek to the hall, their lanterns bobbing golden against the white silence. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and the rich scent of roasting meat. Children darted between the adults, their cheeks flushed with excitement. The older folk sat close by the fire, spinning stories that twisted and danced like the flames themselves. Astrid sat with her family near the hearth, her hands wrapped around a warm mug, her heart swelling with the simple, overwhelming rightness of it all. The child listened with wide eyes to the stories of voyages and battles, of gods and monsters, of heroes lost and found. But when it was Astrid's turn to speak, as every villager was called to do, she told a different kind of story, a story of a river, slow and patient, a story of a house by the sea, a story of love, steady, unshakable, woven through the turning seasons like thread through cloth. Her voice was soft, but the hall grew quiet as she spoke, the firelight catching the shine in her eyes, the set of her shoulders, and when she finished, there was a long, deep silence before the hall erupted into a warm, rolling cheer. Not for heroes, not for gods, but for the simple, sacred miracle of an ordinary life lived fully and well. Leif squeezed her hand beneath the table, his eyes shining with pride and love. The child beamed up at her, their heart already stitching the story into their own growing soul. And Astrid smiled, a smile so wide and so full it seemed to light the very stones of the hall. Outside, the snow fell heavier, thick and relentless, But inside, the fire burned bright, and so did they, bright and warm and unbreakable against the endless winter night. The heavy snows finally began to ease, little by little, as winter loosened its long, cold fingers from the land. It did not happen all at once. There were still nights when the wind howled against the windows, and mornings when the frost clung stubbornly to the earth. But the change was there, quiet and steady, like a slow breath drawn deep into waiting lungs. The first sign came with the river. Beneath its thick crust of ice, Astrid could hear it, a soft, insistent murmur, a sound like distant voices, low and patient. It was the song of water waking again, finding its way forward even beneath the deepest sleep of winter. Leif noticed it too, one evening as they sat bundled together by the fire. He tilted his head, listening. "The river is stirring," he said, his voice low with wonder. Astrid smiled, resting her head against his shoulder. "It remembers," she whispered, "even when we cannot see it. It remembers how to move, how to be alive." And in that small exchange, they both heard the promise of the seasons turning once more, the slow, inevitable unfolding of life after the long quiet. The village stirred, along with the river. People stepped out more often into the thin, pale light. Paths were beaten through the melting snow, the heavy crust breaking and giving way beneath boots. Repairs began again, roofs inspected, boats uncovered, tools sharpened and oiled. Astrid and Leif moved through these days with a kind of reverence. Every task, every small chore felt touched with the sacredness of renewal. They mended fishing nets by the door, their hands brushing against each other as they worked. They scraped the mud from the shutters, airing out the house until it smelled again of salt and sun. The child was everywhere at once, chasing the first foolish flies to brave the chill, splashing through the slush along the river's edge, pointing with endless delight at the tiny green shoots, pushing up stubbornly through the frozen ground. One afternoon, as the sun hung low but bright over the hills, they returned to their clearing beyond the river. The path was muddy and treacherous, the snow receding in soft, sodden heaps. But when they stepped into the familiar space, Astrid caught her breath. The stone in the center of the clearing, their stone, was bare again, warmed by the hesitant fingers of the sun. Around it, the earth was waking. Tiny white flowers, brave and fragile, pushed up through the thawing soil. The air smelled of water and new grass and something sweeter still. Hope, perhaps, or memory. The child raced ahead, dropping to their knees to examine the flowers, their small hands gentle as they traced the delicate petals. Leif stood beside Astrid, his hand brushing hers, his breath rising in slow clouds. "This place has grown with us," he said quietly. Astrid nodded, her heart so full she thought it might spill over. It knows us, she murmured. It holds our footprints, our laughter, our wishes. They moved to the stone and sat together, the coolness of it seeping through their cloaks, anchoring them to the earth. Astrid closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the quiet hum of the clearing, the soft drip of melting snow, the faint stirring of leaves, the distant, lazy call of a bird. She thought of all the seasons they had spent here, the bright, wild summers, the golden drift of autumns, the hush of winters, the shy breath of springs. She thought of the child, growing stronger and wiser with each passing year, their dreams unfolding like new leaves. She thought of the life she and Leif had built, not with grand gestures or sweeping conquests, but with hands worn from work, with hearts stitched together by shared days, with love so steady and sure that it had become as much a part of the world as the river or the sky. And she knew, deep and unshakably, that whatever changes might come, however far the child might one day travel, however many winters or summers lay ahead, this would always be their place, their home, their heart. The sun dipped lower, the sky softening to a rich, luminous blue. The first star blinked into being, a shy eye watching over the slow, endless turning of the world. Leif shifted beside her, his hand finding hers without looking, their fingers twining together like they always had, like they always would. The child called out to them, waving a handful of flowers, their voice bright and sure against the deepening dusk. Astrid rose and brushed the dirt from her cloak, reaching for Leif's hand to pull him gently to his feet. They walked together toward the child, their steps slow, their hearts light. The river whispered behind them. The trees stretched their long limbs toward the growing stars, and the wide, breathing earth turned softly beneath their feet, carrying them forward into the waiting arms of spring. Spring unfurled itself in slow, tender motions across the land. It touched the hills first, painting them in hesitant shades of green, and then the river banks, where the grasses thickened and brightened with each passing day. The trees, once bare and aching against the winter sky, now wore veils of pale blossoms that quivered in the cool breezes. The village shook off the last remnants of winter like a heavy coat dropped at the door. Doors stood open to the warming air. Children tumbled barefoot through puddles and new grass. The fields were alive with the careful, hopeful work of planting. Seeds tucked deep into the thawed soil with whispered blessings. Astrid woke each morning to the soft rush of wind through the budding trees and the bright chatter of birds returning to the eaves of their home. There was a new lightness in her step as she moved through her days, a quiet stirring in her chest that matched the slow, determined waking of the world outside. Leif, too, seemed buoyed by the season. He worked alongside the other men of the village, repairing the boats, his hands steady and sure, his laugh rising easily into the warming air. At night, he came home smelling of salt and wood smoke, and Astrid welcomed him with a smile that still felt, after all these years, like a homecoming. The child was never still now, their days a rush of movement and discovery. They built small rafts to sail on the river, gathered wildflowers by the armful, followed the bees through the clover fields until they collapsed, laughing, into the tall grass. Astrid often watched them with a heart full of quiet wonder, seeing in their wild joy the same fierce love of life that had carried her and Leif through so many seasons. One evening, as the sun melted behind the hills, in a flood of gold and violet, they returned to their clearing beyond the river. The stone, their old familiar stone, was warm again under the soft weight of the sun. The wild flowers had thickened around it, a riot of color and scent. The grass brushed their ankles as they walked, and the air hummed with the sound of new life stirring in every corner of the earth. They settled onto the stone together, Astrid and Leif side by side. The child sprawled between them, their pockets already bulging with the day's treasures, smooth stones, curled shells, feathers bright as fire. For a long time, they sat without speaking, letting the day slip away around them, letting the evening gather its soft shadows at their feet. The river whispered in the distance, a slow, patient song that carried all the weight of seasons past and all the hope of seasons yet to come. Astrid leaned into Leif, her head resting lightly against his shoulder. I used to wonder, she said quietly, what it would feel like to grow old, to watch the years fold behind us like leaves falling into the river. Leif's hand found hers, his thumb brushing slow circles against her skin. And now? He asked, his voice no louder than the breeze moving through the grass. Astrid smiled, her eyes lifting to the stars, beginning to appear one by one in the deepening sky. Now I think it's the most beautiful thing in the world. Leif was silent for a long moment, then nodded, his chin brushing against her hair. It's like the river, he said at last. It carries us, changes us, but it never forgets where it started. Child, half listening, hummed in sleepy agreement, their body warm and heavy against Astrid's side. The last light drained from the sky, leaving only the rich velvet of night stitched with stars. The clearing, their little secret world, held them gently, a cradle of earth and stone and memory. And Astrid thought, not for the first time, how lucky they were, how blessed to have found not just love, but a life stitched together from so many small, shining moments. A life not marked by grand adventures or conquests, but by the simple, steadfast miracle of choosing each other day after day, season after season. They rose finally, gathering the child in sleepy arms, their hands finding each other's easily, instinctively, as they made their way back toward the lights of home. The path was familiar beneath their feet, worn smooth by years of footsteps and dreams. The river sang behind them, low and sure. The stars turned overhead, patient and eternal, and ahead, warm and waiting, their home stood ready, a small, sturdy beacon against the wide, breathing darkness of the world. Astrid squeezed Leif's hand gently, feeling the strength of him, the steadiness that had always been her true north. He squeezed back, a silent promise, as sure and steady as the turning seasons. And together they stepped forward into the night, into the waiting arms of tomorrow, their hearts full of the soft, fierce, endless story they had built with their own loving hands. The days warmed steadily as spring deepened, and with it came a soft, slow stretching of life in every corner of the village. The river ran full now, sparkling in the sun, weaving silver ribbons through the fields. The trees wore thick canopies of green, their branches heavy with the promise of new fruits. The earth was alive with the hum of bees, the songs of birds, the deep, steady breathing of growing things. Astrid moved gently through these days, her body slower than it once was, but her spirit light and sure. She spent her mornings tending the small garden behind the house, her hands sinking into the soft soil, coaxing new life from the earth with careful patience. In the afternoons, she would sit in the doorway with Leif, their chairs drawn close, their hands often resting together on the worn wooden table between them. The child, no longer so much a child now, had begun to step into their own place in the village, helping with the fishing boats, gathering herbs, tending the bees with a steady hand and a sure heart. Astrid watched them with a fierce, aching pride, a life taking root, stretching upward toward the wide, open sky. And yet, no matter how far the days carried them, they always found their way back to the clearing beyond the river. It remained their quiet place, a sanctuary held gently between the trees, the stones still warm beneath the sun, the grass still bowing and rising in time with the breathing of the earth. One golden afternoon, Astrid and Leif sat there once more, side by side on the stone, their legs stretched out before them, their hands linked easily between them. The air was thick with the scent of clover and warm earth. The sky overhead was a soft, endless blue, scattered with lazy, drifting clouds. They spoke little now, their hearts so full of shared memory and quiet love that words were rarely needed. Astrid leaned her head against Leif's shoulder, feeling the steady, familiar beat of his heart beneath her cheek. "I dreamed last night," she said, her voice no louder than the breeze. "I dreamed we were young again, walking these fields, laughing, running, Leif smiled, a slow, deep smile, his thumb tracing slow circles against the back of her hand. "We are still those people," he said quietly. "We always have been. We always will be." Astrid closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the sun and his words settle deep into her bones. The river sang softly in the distance, its song unchanged by the passing years. The grasses swayed gently around them, whispering secrets to the wind. The world turned, slow and sure, cradling them in its endless, tender hands. And there, in that small, perfect clearing where so many of their days had unfolded, Astrid felt the circle complete itself, not with an ending, but with a deep, sweet continuation, a slow, soft folding of their love into the very fabric of the earth, the river, the sky. When the sun dipped low behind the hills, painting the world in gold and shadow, they rose together, hands still linked, hearts still beating in easy time. They made their way home, their steps slow but sure, the lights of the village blinking to life ahead of them, the smell of bread and wood smoke threading through the cooling air. The child, their child, their joy, their future, stood waiting at the door, a quiet smile playing across their face, the light of 1,000 shared days shining in their eyes. And in that moment, Astrid knew that nothing was ever truly lost. That love, once given, once tended with steady hands and fierce hearts, could never be undone. It lived on in the worn paths through the fields, in the songs carried by the river, in the wide, breathing sky above. And most of all, it lived on in the hands and hearts of those who would carry it forward into all the seasons yet to come. Astrid stepped across the threshold, the warmth of the home wrapping around her like a well-loved cloak. Leif followed, closing the door gently against the gathering dark, the fire already crackling soft and low in the hearth. Outside, the river whispered its endless lullaby to the stars. Inside, the house breathed with life and memory, with love woven into every stone, every beam, every heartbeat. And as the night deepened, as the fire sank low, and the stars turned overhead, Astrid and Leif, together with all they loved, drifted slowly, sweetly into a sleep deeper than dreams, a sleep held safe by the steady arms of home, by the soft breathing of the earth, by the quiet, endless turning of the world. All was well, all was well, all was well.